At least one of the guests raised concerns about its faithful implementation, particularly as some of the taxes being collected previously have been removed in the current legislation or otherwise reduced. This will, of course, include the threshold for the payment of personal income tax, value-added tax, and a reduction in customs duties, especially for imported automobile products.
Now, the guest, who is the chairman of Peugeot Automobile Nigeria Limited, said the reduction of such duty on automobile will further kill the industry and discourage foreign direct investment in the sector as it contravenes the national automobile policy.
That's right, Kirian. And by the way, the guest did remind us that it is now no longer Peugeot Automobile, but simply Pan Nigeria Limited. Now, of course, the guest in the first episode also spoke about the aspects relating to government's claim or government's intention to utilize unclaimed dividends and balances that have been dormant in various accounts for many years as one of the ways to, of course, get on with financing the budget for this year and indeed ensuring that idle funds do not continue to lie in the vaults. But what is the best way for handling this? That's one of the concerns they raised.
Yeah, if I take you back to that of a Pan, sorry, I'm just wondering about Pan.
Yeah. Yes, he did say that there'd been a name change. I mean, we all knew that Pan in those days stood for Peugeot Automobile Nigeria Limited, but that there's been a name change and it's now simply Pan Nigeria Limited.
So they now have other products apart from Peugeot?
That's right. That's right. Apart from Peugeot, yes.
Now, so what are the underlying principles behind the government review of the Finance Act on yearly basis? What strategies should be put in place to make the automobile industry competitive and attract foreign direct investment? What measures are in place to ensure proper management of the unclaimed dividends and dormant account balances? How would the banks make it easier for farmers to draw funds to enhance agricultural production to boost food security? These are some of the questions we intend to put forward to our guests as we continue to our discussion on the Finance Act 2020. I am Kirian Umayo. Thank you for joining us.
And I'm Kingsley Osadolo. I join my colleague Kirian to also welcome you to Good Morning Nigeria, reaching you live on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority. In the course of the program, we have our regular complimentary segments, and these include newspaper review, business, and others. But before we hand over to Musba Udan Wahab for the highlights of the morning news, let's indicate that the news is out there that today the 46th President of the United States of America will be sworn in, and this is after all the drama and protest that characterized the outcome of the election. And of course, the drama and protest was all facilitated by outgoing President Donald Trump. He has just about 4 or 5 hours left to vacate the White House. Musbah Don Wahab, give us the highlights of the morning news. Morning.
All right, good morning, Kingsley and Kirian. Here is the news. Nigeria and the Republic of Benin have resolved to take definitive measures towards putting an end to smuggling and other illicit activities across their common borders for enhanced bilateral relations. This formed the highlights of a high-level engagement between President Muhammadu Buhari and his Benin counterparts, President Patrice Talon.
Mr. President wants the two countries to be a shining example of what economic integration is all about within the framework of ECOWAS, to live to the ideals and the vision of ECOWAS, and for the two countries, Benin and Nigeria, to show that it can work and be a win-win for the two countries.
Vice President Yemi Osinbajo has flagged off the federal government's rapid response register for the COVID-19 cash transfer for urban poor and vulnerable people, which is part of programs to bail out 100 million Nigerians out of poverty in 10 years. The initiative is to create more opportunities that will give hope and dignity in life.
Through this project, we are currently injecting about 10 billion naira directly into the hands of about 2 million poor and vulnerable households every month. The Rapid Response Register is designed to focus mainly on the urban poor wards, selected using scientifically validated methods of satellite remote sensing technology.
The federal government, through the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency, says it is ready and has the capacity to handle the COVID-19 vaccines as Nigeria looks forward to receiving the first batch of 200,000 COVID-19 vaccine from a foreign pharmaceutical company. This was shown while journalists were taking on a tour of the National Strategic Cold Store in Abuja.
The clock starts ticking when we have those quantities of vaccines that we can actually begin to make a huge dent in terms of coverage of Nigerians.
Meanwhile, the Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC, has announced 1,301 new COVID-19 infections in 21 states and the FCT. The latest figures released, Lagos is still leading with 551 new cases. FCT followed with 209, Oyo has 83, Plateau 65, Kaduna 64, Enugu 61, and Rivers State recorded 44 new cases. Others are 39 in Ondo, 37 in Benue, 31 in Akwa Ibom, 19 in Kano, 18 each in Delta and Gombe states, 16 in Ogun, 15 in Edo, 10 in Kebbi, 9 in Ebonyi, 4 in Jigawa, Osun and Zamfara states have 3 new cases each, while Borno and Nasarawa states have just a case each. The active cases at the moment are 20,641 in Nigeria. So far, Nigeria has 113,305 confirmed cases of COVID-19, with 91,200 treated and discharged patients, while 1,464 have died of the virus. Emir of Dutse, Jigawa State, Nuhu Mohammed Sanusi, has applauded the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, for being a medium that promotes the country's peaceful coexistence through its news and programs contents. The Emir stated this during the inauguration of some projects in NTA Dutse by the Executive Director News of NTA, Mohammed Labo, on behalf of the Director General.
I'm aware of what efforts they have made, and their personal efforts made this station what it is now.
Now, Ogun State's government has banned tankers and other articulated vehicles from flyovers in the state. The order was equal to the tanker explosion that occurred Tuesday morning along Kuto Road at Belkuta, which claimed 3 lives and left many injured.
To try and reduce or almost eliminate this such occurrence. Part of that, amongst others, would include ensuring that tanker drivers do not drive on our overhead bridges anymore. This description, for purpose of clarification, will include anything that is a trailer of any sort, anything that has a trailer behind it.
The Norwegian ambassador to Nigeria says his country is committed to strengthening and deepening bilateral ties with Nigeria on security cooperation and pledges determination to offer necessary assistance to the police in the fight against contemporary crimes facing Nigeria. This was during a visit to the Minister of Police Affairs, Mohammed Megiri Dingyadi.
We cooperate through international partners, through the UN, through other facilities, and how we also would like to, offer our assistance if you have any asks or requests in that sense, because I think it's important.
The United States of America is said to have a new president as Joe Biden will be sworn in as the 46th president of U.S. today. On the eve of his inauguration, Mr. Biden led a national tribute to the 100,000 Americans who have died of COVID-19. At sundown on Tuesday, 400 lights were illuminated in front of a Lincoln Memorial in Washington, D.C. to honor those who have lost their lives to the disease. Meanwhile, the outgoing President Donald Trump has made his farewell address before leaving office, saying he did what he came to do and so much more. In a video posted on YouTube, he said he took on the tough battles, the hardest fight, because that's what U.S. electorates elected him to do. Mr. Trump has still not fully accepted the results of last November's election, which he lost to Democrat Joe Biden. Late on Tuesday, Mr. Trump issued pardons for rappers Lil Wayne and Kodak Black, as well as a former Detroit mayor Kwame Kilpatrick. And that concludes the morning news highlights on Good Morning Nigeria. The program will continue in just a moment with Kingsley and Kyrian.
A scorecard like no other. Government has put in place measures and initiatives principally targeted at youths, women, and the most vulnerable groups in our society. These included broad plan to lift 100 million Nigerians out of poverty in the next 10 years. The creation of 75 billion naira National Youth Investment Fund to provide opportunities for the youths, and the Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Survivor Fund, through which government is A. Paying 3-month salaries of the staff of 100,000 micro, small and medium enterprises. B. Paying for the registration of 250,000 businesses at the Corporate Affairs Commission. C. Giving a grant of 30,000 naira to 100,000 artisans and guaranteeing market for the product of traders. These are in addition to many other initiatives such as farmer money, trader money, market money, N-Power, N-Tech, and N-Agro. These and more in spite of a recession and a global pandemic. Although social media as a channel of communication is inherently harmless, it becomes harmful and damaging when used without discretion and thoughtfulness. Bad social media users spread rumors and fake news without verification. But good social media users stop, reflect, and verify information before sharing it. Be a good social media user. Stop the spread of fake news. Verify the authenticity of your source and use social media responsibly for a better Nigeria. This message is brought to you by the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, in collaboration with the National Orientation Agency. The Council of Our Fathers.
My advice to these young people is please do not take us back to those harrowing days. You probably do not know what it is.
Nigerian youths, let's build our nation together.
Customer, here are the tomatoes. What else shall I give you?
Add pepper and Auntie, this your cough is getting out of hand now.
Take it easy with her now. But customer, this your cough. You should go to the hospital.
You know I can't go there with this cough at this time. They'll just say I have COVID-19.
Customer, every cough is different. It could be tuberculosis.
It's true, Auntie. Check am o, make you dey sure.
Because who no go?
No go, no.
Check that cough for tuberculosis.
Check am o, make you dey
If your cough is more than 2 weeks, it could be tuberculosis. TB tests and TB treatment are free. Just call the National TB Hotline on 3340 for information on where to get the test. This message is brought to you by the Federal Ministry of Health with support from the American people.
I bring you wonderful news. The village headmaster is coming back to your screen. Mo wire abi mi o wire. Teacher dey work. A fẹ́ lọ wá nǹkan jẹ. Teacher dey work. A fẹ́ lọ wá nǹkan jẹ. Ọmọ onírẹsì ti dé.
Ajebo na better school for Las Gidi. Not be all this on a rugged school for Ijabi. I don't know for you.
It's called Oja Village. Kadesi, we know happy at all.
And I know that even you too, you are getting a lot of orders. Hey, we are trying, shall. Sweep her leg out. She was standing there. Sweep it.
I love you so much.
And how did I give you the impression that I was interested in that position?
50-year anniversary.
You mean anniversary?
I talk with that now.
Not for me. You want me to die? Not for me because of me.
The program is Good Morning Nigeria on the network service of the NTA. Now let's go business. Afrexim Bank to facilitate payments for procurement of COVID-19 vaccines from manufacturers for African Union member states. Details of this and more on Business News with Comfort Amodu.
The African Export-Import Bank, in its effort to ensure quick access to COVID-19 vaccines to save lives and livelihoods from the pandemic, is providing advanced procurement commitment guarantees of $2 billion to the manufacturers on behalf of African Union states. The procurement of the 270 million COVID-19 vaccines from Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson and AstraZeneca followed the commencement of the COVID-19 vaccines pre-order program for all African Union member states through Africa Medical Supplies platform. In another development, the Federal Inland Revenue Services has harped on the need for Nigerians to commit to tax payment to shore up the economy of the country.
Although this year's target is yet to be set, already different parts of tax types are being automated to ease tax administration. We are also optimistic that exploration activities will improve in the oil sector, which will increase the prospect of higher tax revenue from the sector.
And next is the performance of the Nigerian capital market. With Business News, Comfort Amodu.
Thank you, Comfort. Next is newspaper review.
Here we have Bayo Atoyebi, our newspaper reviewer. He's already here in the studio. Bayo, it's good to see you again.
Thank you, Kyria. Good morning. Good morning, Kinsley. Good morning, Nigeria.
Right, Bayo, good to see you.
Thank you.
Let's take a look at the window page of the Punch newspaper, and we just go from the top to the bottom. Above the name flag says Nigeria's cooking gas consumption rises, exceeds 1 million metric tons. Fiscal deficit climbed to 451.22 billion naira in October. That's according to the central bank. Mixed reactions trail Okorocha's call for new political alliance. Trump shuns Biden as new president's inauguration holds today. That's page 10. And COVID-19 update, you can see the national figures there and also the global figures. In Nigeria, 1,464 persons have died so far from COVID-19. INEC planning to make NIN compulsory for voter registration. Commission plans hitch-free registration amid COVID-19 pandemic. NIN SIM linkage to assist in fishing out criminals, says federal government. Crowds overwhelm NIMC centers as NIN holders rise to 47.8 million. The photographs on the front page and the headlines are as follows. Abiodun, that's the governor of Ogun State, bans trucks from Ogun flyovers as 3 die in tanker explosion. Kirian, you were on the set yesterday, and Bayo, this was the subject matter of our conversation segment. Incidentally, the conversation was on when the tanker crash occurred in Ogun. It occurred at about 8:15. At the time, we were still in the middle of our conversation on the menace of tanker explosions.
As a result of the tankers using the flyovers, so was it just?
I have no indication what happened.
The ban is, what I'm concerned about, or perhaps because of by hitting the flyovers. I don't know, because I'm just wondering whether it's because of the crash that is banned.
Well, from reports, there are indications that there was a brake failure and the tanker rammed into a motorcyclist, and then there was flames. And the worrying thing was that the flame busted out near a school and a bank, and there was panic. Parents had to rush to go and pick their children from the school. So the governor visited, and the immediate reaction is that henceforth tankers will not fly overs. Meanwhile, he's setting up a committee to devise a means for handling movement of tankers in the state.
All right, other headlines there on the front page. Mama Boko Haram, excuse me, facing 13 cases on 419. That's according to the EFCC. Kano jealous housewife kills husband's 17-year-old fiancé days to wedding. Amending constitution without restructuring, waste of time. That's according to Jank. Akeredolu's order, that's the kicker. Ondo tackles presidency and Villa defense headsmen. Gunmen kidnap Lagos Varsity Deputy Vice Chancellor in Nasarawa, demand 20 million naira. He is the Vice Chancellor of Anchor University in Ayobo. That's a faith-based university in Lagos. Villages deserted as Zamfara bandits kill 15 in fresh raids. Carry on.
All right, now let's turn to the Daily Trust newspaper. Akeredolu's quit order to herdsmen inflammatory, according to the presidency. It's on page 5. U.S., everything you need to know about Biden's inauguration today. It's on page 33. Now, the lead story this morning on Daily Trust is 12.3 million subscribers await SIM linkage with NIN. It has 2 others to that. As 47.8 million phone users cleared, federal government urged to limit mobile lines possession to 2. All right, and the further story in the front page of Daily Trust is that of the scene of the Sokoto market, which was gutted by fire just yesterday. That's the scene of that incident. And traders count losses after Sokoto market inferno. There are other stories below that. We have 167 Nigerians lack access to hand washing facilities. It's on page 44. COVID-19, 11 health workers test positive in Taraba. Also on page 44. Also on the same page is newly elected council chairman dies in Kano State. That's it, Bayo.
Thank you. Let's start with the issue of the fire at the market in Sokoto. You recall that towards the outset of the Harmattan season, the National Emergency Management Agency raised alarm and concern about fires, particularly in this dry season. Unfortunately, we have had spits of fires, and apparently, even here in Abuja, there is the furniture market along the Mararaba Highway that also went in flames. And apparently, it was difficult for even fire engines to get access there. And you can imagine, dry wood is immediate fuel for fire. And apparently, measures have not been taken to protect our markets. Year in, year out, during this dry season, we have one market or the other going up in flames. So something must be, measures must be taken, if possible, to place fire engines in the market so that there is space for movement in the case of such eventualities. But meanwhile, back to the situation in COVID-19. Yesterday, we were alarmed when we had 14 deaths from COVID-19. Today, we have 1,301 new cases in 22 states and the Federal Capital Territory, and we have registered 15 deaths. This has brought the total fatalities since March to 1,464. Our total cases so far, 113,305. Now, which are the epicenters? Still in lead is Lagos with 551, FCT 209, Oyo 83, Plateau 65, Kaduna 64. The others are also roaming in double figures. The National Primary Healthcare Agency has indicated that facilities are available in anticipation of the 100,000 doses that are expected at the end of January. The 100,000 Pfizer doses are to be applied to 50,000 Nigerians. That is 2 doses per person. And according to the arrangements, they are for frontline health workers, the elite, particularly governors, traditional rulers, and religious leaders. With 2 doses per recipient, we now have the 100,000 doses going to 50,000 Nigerians. He also inspected or tried to allay skepticism about safety of COVID-19. Dr. Fiscal Shabu stressed that it will undergo comprehensive testing by the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration before they are administered in Nigeria. He says cold stores are available, and he inspected them. And there are also arrangements are to be made for them to be taken down to the state level. And they will have capacity to store 400,000 doses. He also explained the effectiveness of the vaccine outside storage. He said, outside storage, the vaccines are effective for a period of 5 days. Meanwhile, the Minister of Health, also at the briefing at the Presidential Task Force, has warned Nigerians about those who are advertising that they have vaccines. He says those claims are false and are criminal. The procedure for vaccine acquisition, he says, include certification and regulation by the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration, as well as, and then the Minister of Health will be advised against all those who are advertising that they have vaccines. It is fake. Meanwhile, the governor of Lagos State has said that in Lagos, all residents should consider treatment of malaria. Anybody who has malaria symptoms should be treated for COVID-19 until proven otherwise. The governor also lamented about the pandemic as far as the school children are concerned. He said during the first lockdown, 24,000 children refused to return to school after the 2020 lockdown. The governor says the schools that reopened for second term now are safe in the sense that the government believes that children are safer in these schools. Meanwhile, Governor Yahya Bello has declared that every inch of Kogi soil is safe as far as COVID-19 is concerned. He has also invited anybody, persons, state organizations that have individuals suffering COVID-19 to transport them to Kogi State, and he's sure they will be cured of COVID-19.
I don't really get that. Is there any therapy that is so particular, in Kogi State. I mean, I don't understand how he said
what
people
he says is that Kogi State has that immunity. Once you come in there, your ailment of COVID-19 that he doesn't believe in will be cured. And he says that when you bring such patients, they will be charged some fees. He was actually speaking tongue in cheek and making a mockery of the whole idea of COVID.
Okay. Now, this issue of NAFDAC, we're going to carry out a comprehensive test on the vaccine. I was just wondering whether they're going to do a kind of a content analysis. Are they going to do content analysis? How would they... I want to know the process they want to apply to be able to determine the efficacy of that vaccine, which is now being administered all over the world.
Operationally, before a vaccine is released, it is supposed to be approved by the World Health Organization. When it is approved, when it gets to any location, the agency that is in charge for Food and Drug Administration has responsibility to certify its efficacy for its environment.
Invariably,
yes. So therefore, the Ministry of Health and the National Agency for the Primary Health Care are all emphasizing that NAFDAC will have the responsibility to test all vaccines that comes into Nigeria to make sure they are adequate, fit, and proper for usage in Nigeria before they are administered.
Well, Bayo, one of the critical issues that we face in Nigeria has to do with widespread attitude that coronavirus doesn't exist, it is fake, or it's a disease of the elite, or otherwise. The numbers you have from elsewhere around the country, those numbers are frightening. Yesterday alone in the United Kingdom, 1,610 persons were reported to have died from complications of coronavirus. Yesterday alone. And yesterday as well, the United States incoming president, that's Joe Biden, led the National Memorial for over 400,000 Americans who have died from COVID-19. 400,000. If you recall, last year, the numbers were just as few as we are talking about today in Nigeria, 1,464. There may very well be, eventually, when the research studies do come out, assuming those studies are undertaken, as to why the numbers have been pretty low on the African continent. But that's no reason to be careless. I mean, there's virtually no week passes by now. You don't hear of somebody whom you know, or somebody who is at least 1 or 2 paces away from you who has passed on account of coronavirus. But our people remain almost recklessly careless as to observing those simple protocols relating to COVID-19.
In fact, we're a prayerful nation. I think we have to resort to that, because if not, the way and manner...
I'm sorry to jump in. A number of those who have died in the U.S. were also evangelicals.
No, why I'm saying that is because the way and manner Nigerians are becoming so careless about this COVID-19 issue is what is highly worrisome. Go to marketplaces. Well, in some churches, yes, it has been, but then in some other churches too, you may not have people who are wearing masks and all of that. So I think it's a worrisome situation, and we have to really watch it, because the manner this COVID-19 is scaling up, okay, is frightening. And please, we will not expect a situation where we have to record what has been recorded in Europe and America, because if that happens, it's going to be a very serious problem in this country, if that happens.
I agree with you, but heavens, they say, help those who help themselves. If you want heavens to help you about coronavirus, first start by protecting yourself from coronavirus, not by abandoning the non-pharmaceutical protocols and making yourself very prone to the attack. And the danger also is that some highly placed persons, including His Excellency, Governor of Kogi State, is undermining the campaign about coronavirus, because his comments and his reaction is creating an impression that the whole thing about coronavirus is a fallacy. And whether you like it or not, some persons are believing in that falsity, and it is undermining the whole campaign.
There was a mega event in Kogi last weekend at which the governor and other VIPs were present. Very little or no social distancing, and very few persons were wearing their masks. It was live on television. Unfortunately, Bayo, just before we let you go, there's this lead story from The Punch. It says INEC planning to make NIN compulsory for voter registration. And the purpose, it says, is that it will help check the challenges of underage voting and alien voting, among others, usually associated with registration. Alien voting. In the meantime, anybody who is in Nigeria,
whether alien or Nigerian,
alien or otherwise, can have a name.
And majority of voters in Nigeria are still in the hinterland, are those in the hinterland. And I've just been wondering how persons like my mother, who is over 80, and a good number of them there in the village, are going to get this name. I'm not sure that they are so strategic in the sense that, if those people living in the rural areas are not really, captured in this name issue, it's going to be a problem if you have to allow it to be part of our electoral process. That's just where I'm going. So I don't know, maybe they have, futuristically, maybe they have a plan to ensure that persons in the rural areas are accommodated in this name issue.
There is this important issue on the editorial. And the editorial is from The Nation, and it's referring to an issue we discussed some time ago on Good Morning Nigeria. Accommodation made for a district police officer, DPO, since 1999.
Divisional police officer.
The divisional police officer has been taken over by a retired DIG. And sadly, the retired DIG is not living in the accommodation. He has passed it on to a surrogate, a lady who lives there. And the DPO for Ilupeju now travels from far distance to come in and go out every day for his duty. And all overtures through the Commissioner of Police, the Director of the Division AF of the police, and even the DIG in charge of the police have fallen on deaf ears. So the community and police and community relations of personnel in that Ilupeju are now raising this alarm. And one has to point out, this is a tradition among the uniformed services. There was a time we had somebody who was chief of army staff, later on became Minister of Defense, and later on even higher up, but still retain an official residence. Yeah. This has to be checked because it is an impunity that is undermining discipline.
Exactly. The nation title is the retired DIG still holding on to official lodge he used as DPO 20 years after.
Kirian, you were not here when Vayo and I and the other presenter discussed this issue. It's a very serious matter. There's no question about it. And I think that usually some impunity of this nature will continue to abound once there are no sanctions. What kind of sanction are you talking about here? You are holding over as a statutory tenant when your tenancy has long since expired.
And
you calculate the rent that is supposed to be paid and then make him paid.
Since 1999.
Bye, Atoye Bill. I'd like to thank you for being around. We'll see you again tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, it's Good Morning Nigeria, and we're live on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority. Let's take a short break now. When we return, we're going to continue our conversation on the Finance Act 2020. Our first part of the discussion was on Monday this week.
The counsel of our fathers.
I will urge and advise our younger generation to use talent and brain to sort out problems, not arms.
Nigerian youths, let's build our nation together.
Nigerian youths are about the greatest assets the country has at the moment. It is therefore not surprising that the administration of President Muhammadu Buhari is strategically responding to the yearnings of the youth through multiple projects and programs. Youth entrepreneurship support, yes, by Bank of Industry, the Youth Investment Fund by the CBN, and several other conditional cash transfer programs. Recruitment of 774,000 social workers, majority of whom are youth. And so many other projects that are beneficial to youths directly or indirectly. If the administration can do all this, definitely with a degree of patience and time, it can achieve more. Nigerian youths must come together to say no to terrorism, no to vandalism, and no to all disruptive tendencies. Hashtag Youth for Greater Nigeria. Pacifying the youths, unifying the nation.
These days, people get their news and information from more media sources than ever before.
Some of the news and information given are fake, unverified, doctored, and manufactured to create confusion, stir disaffection, and cause disunity. Before you believe or share any news, ask yourself, is this real? Is it from a credible source? Is it verified or verifiable? Fake news is dangerous, whether you do it for fun or for political gains. Real people can get hurt. Fake news, don't create it, don't spread it.
This is a public service announcement from NTA.
Do you know that 35% of every girl child and women are raped on daily basis? Some are killed in the process, some take their lives in shame, others remain emotionally dead for life. It is sad. This culture is not ours, definitely not African. How did we allow bad culture to infiltrate and take over? Even if you lack fear for the law, what of fear of God? And you, why do you cover up rape acts when it happens? Remember, a problem shared is a problem half solved. Never cover any rape act because a rapist is a murderer. It could be you or your loved ones next. Women must be treated like the prize gem they are. Say no to rape.
To begin the second part of our discussion on the Finance Act 2020, let's watch this excerpt from our first conversation, which took place on Monday this week. And the excerpt, of course, is put together by our correspondent, Abdul Salam Jibril.
The 2020 Finance Act is just a follow-up on the 2019 Finance Act. The 2019 Finance Act looked at all the outdated laws, okay, and also brought in a number of new provisions, okay, which was to stimulate the economy. We have the REIT, Real Estate Investment Trust provision. We have the security lending provision, and a couple of others like that, which were meant to revigorate the capital market and that. So this 2020 Finance Act is just to build up on that and to cultivate a culture of reviewing our law on a regular basis so that it can be in tune with the time, with the economy.
If we look at some of the things that are in the Finance Act 2020, they are addressing concerns of taxpayers, like Mr. Florencio explained, concerns over the minimum tax, concerns over clarity. And we can see this coming in as the Finance Act are being reviewed. Finance Act 2019 was able to do some of this. The 2020 was able to do further work on this. And this is a good way of developing our tax system. We have issues that have come up in the course of relationship between the tax authorities and the tax payers. And these are part of things that the Finance Act has tried to address. From the angle of the FRS Establishment Act, we've seen that the FRS now has a robust way of being able to ensure that tax revenue are not lost in different ways. So by being able to use a lot of leveraging on technology to be able to manage the tax aspect. So for us tax practitioners, we see it as a welcome development. We see it as a means of getting our tax system back to where it should be.
Like the minister said, the whole idea around and about the act is to attract foreign direct investment and then provide employment at the end of the day. But your tax system has got so much to do as to whether to be able to attract or to unattract investors. And again, your tax system can be as good as anything. If employment is still a problem within the system, how do you now generate what you envisage or you require to generate? That is, those are one or two things that should be looked into about the Act.
And we want to, first of all, introduce one of our guests here in the studio, Niyi Akinsiju. Niyi is the financial and investment analyst. You're welcome to the program.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, and in our Kano studio, we have Ismaila Muhammadu Zakari. Zakari is the past president, Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, and member of Tax Advisory Committee. It's a pleasure to have you this morning, Zakari.
Good morning, Nigeria. I'm delighted to be here. Thank you very much.
Indeed. Now, via Zoom, we have Zainab Ahmed, the Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning. Madam, we are glad to have you join us this morning on the show.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Good morning, Nigerians, and Happy New Year.
All right. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Incidentally, the year is almost 3 weeks old now, Kirian.
Yeah.
The year is already running. Let's begin the conversation with you, Honorable Minister. The first part of the conversation we had, of course, on Monday, and a number of points were raised, but there was critical focus on 2 areas. But well, first of all, just again, have you restate and perhaps elaborate on the underpinning principles for the Finance Act 2020. Exactly what does the government intend to achieve with the Finance Act 2020?
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today to speak to Nigerians about the Finance Act of 2020. Well, we made a commitment, the President made a commitment to the nation that every national budget will be supported with the Finance Act to enhance its implementation. So for us, this time, this Finance Act is underpinned by 3 principles. One is to enable us adopt the counter-fiscal policy measures that we need to implement to respond adequately to the COVID-19, to enable us provide fiscal relief to Nigerians and, of course, to taxpayers. Secondly, is to also reform fiscal policy incentives with special emphasis on prioritizing job creation, accelerating economic recovery and growth, and also fostering closer collaboration between the monetary, fiscal, and trade authorities. So this was the basic principles that that in this year, 2021, the year that is supposed to be a year of recovery, a year that is supposed to help government and businesses recover from the impact of the COVID-19 and stabilize, we agree that there will be no increases in taxes, and also that there will be no new policies introduced in the Act. So just those two broad overarching guidance that we had in preparation of the bill. So we set out to prepare this bill. We made sure that we have in the bill provided counter-cyclical measures that will help us to continue to respond adequately to the COVID-19 framework. This legal framework that has been put together is meant to support the budget of 2021, the budget of resilience, to help the nation recover from...
Sort that one out, yeah. Honorable Minister Zainab Ahmed, it looks like there's some issue with your Zoom connection to us. Engineers will, of course, speak to you on that so that you can perhaps touch on 1 or 2 things. Usually when we have you by Zoom, the signals are clear, but this morning I don't know what's happening. So that once that is cleared up, we'll return to you so you can further elaborate on the underpinning principles and other issues. Do we have clear signals back to the Honourable Minister? All right, so let's come back to our studios here. Niyi Akinsijo, our regular financial and investment analyst. Niyi, of course, you were listening to the Honourable Minister articulate the rationale for the Finance Act 2020. What are your thoughts on the rationale for this act?
Well, those are very strong rationale, in fact, and in reality. And I think, one, we should continue to commend the government for the commitment, to institutionalizing the processes of the Finance Act, as it were. Now, this is the second edition. When it was introduced for the 2019 edition, it was a novelty, in our jurisdiction. It's not new, it's supposed to be a conventional thing, but it's as if the realization of the effectiveness of such acts must have dawned, on the present and current government. Because actually, without a Finance Act, there's no appropriate coordination of fiscal instruments, to either drive growth or development. So to my mind, my basic conclusion is that the Finance Act is a fiscal tool, to drive and facilitate growth and development, in the economy. Because again.
All right. Let's go over to Ismaila Mohammed Zakari. You've heard the minister, in fact, the portion of her statement that we were able to get on the underpinning reason for the fiscal adjustments, which is geared towards ensuring that the 2021 budget is adequately implemented. And from Niyi here, he said that he commends the government for its commitment on this. Let's get our own view about what has now become an annual review of our fiscal policy.
Thank you very much. Just like Niyi said, I think that the government should be commended, and I commend the government and all those who participated in putting this document of the Finance Act 2020 together, because it is very wide. It involves about 15 different tax legislations and other legislations that affect taxation. And like the minister said, the thrust is to reduce the tax incidence on people on some specific particular segments like agriculture and so on. And so I think that we commend the government for this effort. I think the Finance Act could have even gone more, if not for the fact that our tax compliance level is not so high, and the tax to GDP ratio is not so high. But so far, I think what the government has done in order to reduce taxes and also find ways of raising liquidity for government and so on, I think is commendable.
Ismaila Zakari, we'll return to you in the Kano Network Center. A moment ago, the Honourable Minister of Finance was back on the screen, and we understand the connection is much clearer. So, Honourable Minister, let's continue to listen to your explanation as to what the Finance Act 2020 seeks to achieve in the main. And in responding to that, you may also wish to speak on this. There is no part of a legislation that is not useful. But from the government's point of view, what are the potential game changers in terms of strengthening the economy against whatever impact there might be of coronavirus, which is still lingering, and indeed other uncertainties that lie out there in the external environment and even the domestic environment?
Well, thank you very much. Apologies, my connectivity is poor and actually went off. I was saying that the Finance Act is designed with 5 thematic areas in mind. One is enacting counter-cyclical measures, and in that regard, we created a legal framework that is helping us to respond adequately to the coronavirus crisis. Also, it allows us to permit companies and individuals that have donated towards the pandemic to recover their donation in the form of tax relief. We also have designed the bill with a tax and fiscal responsibility view. That is, we had to amend a couple of fiscal legislations to enhance our implementation of tax reforms. And also, we have then been able to make provisions to amend the Fiscal Responsibility Act, to amend the Procurement Act, to also enhance the ease of doing business so that the businesses in the country will have tax relief to enable them plow back the taxes that they will have paid into their businesses to grow and also to employ people. We have been able to also make a provision to allow for fiscal relief for mass transit. This is very important. We were looking for how to provide fiscal stimulus to Nigerians, a stimulus package that will impact a large proportion of people. If you look at what is happening now, we have inflation running on an incremental basis, on a month-to-month basis. Within that inflation, if you decouple it, the largest component contributor to inflation is food inflation. And what drives food inflation? The largest component of it is transport. So we were looking at how do we make a provision that enables the reduction in the cost of transportation, which will have the consequences of reducing food inflation and providing relief to every Nigerian. So we had to take this very difficult decision about reducing the levies within the transport sector. We're very much aware that this reduction will affect the investors in the transport sector, but this is a fiscal stimulus. That is what government does when you have a crisis, to provide relief to the larger proportion of the population. We have met under the chairmanship of His Excellency the Vice President with the investors within the sector, and we're supposed to have follow-up meetings to look at how we can mitigate the impact of this policy decision, this fiscal policy decision on their businesses. For example, we were looking at how government, at least at the federal level, can make a commitment in line with its Buy Nigeria policy to buy made in Nigeria vehicles so that there is offtake of these vehicles that is produced by these investors within the sector. And also to remind Nigerians that our assessment is the total number of vehicles that is brought into or required to be brought into Nigeria every year is about 750,000. The combined capacity today of the 14 assembly plants in Nigeria is about 50,000 vehicles in a year. So there's a wide gap. And it means also that government can actually uptake these vehicles. We will also be encouraging the states and the local governments to buy this made in Nigeria vehicles. We feel if we do that, the concerns of the industry should have been adequately addressed. But then again, we will be engaging them to find how we can provide relief. But our target is not to harm the industry. No, it is to provide the greatest possible relief to taxpayers, to Nigerians, to ease the difficulties that is caused by transport that has the consequences on not only food, but on several aspects of the day-to-day lives of Nigerians.
All right, indeed. Let's remain with you, Honorable Minister. Actually, the 5 thematic areas that you have mentioned have a wide coverage of concerns, which, if, of course, adequately implemented, will actually turn the economy around and, of course, ensure that all you have stated are going to be achieved within the next 1 year. But I want to ask this question because when it comes to implementation, we usually have hiccups here and there, well, of course, going by what has happened in the past. Now, what are the assurances that there are strategies being put in place to ensure that these thematic areas you've mentioned are going to be adequately implemented to ensure result-oriented budget implementation 2021?
Well, the revenue collection authorities, the FRS, the customs, and other revenue collecting agencies are improving on their efficiency. And the proof of this improvement is in the performance of these revenue collecting agencies, even in the most difficult times we have ever seen in our country. The IRS, FRS, for example, reports a revenue performance of about 98%. The efficiency of the tax collecting agencies has improved. A number of their processes are automated, removing manual processes that causes difficulties for people. We've also learned from the experience of the implementation of the 2019 Finance Act, where VAT was increased, and the structures to implement the increase in the VAT was not put in place before the act was passed into law. So there's improvement, which is on incremental basis, that has been going on. We're confident that these authorities that have this responsibility to implement the provisions of this act are poised and ready to hit the ground running and do the implementation, because the bill was designed together with them. It's not just by the Ministry of Finance. It's a broad-based group of stakeholders, including professionals, tax practitioners. We got the 5 big firms in the country supporting us. We got industry. We got different stakeholders, including civil society and several ministries, departments, and agencies that have key roles to play in designing the bill. So it's not a bill that is designed by a few people in the Ministry of Finance. It went through a large number of broad-based consultations. We had large meetings and got inputs and had to make adjustments back and forth before we submitted to the National Assembly. And then at the National Assembly, they also had their public hearing. Of course, when you submit a bill from the executive, when it comes out there, it comes out with some changes. Not exactly what goes in comes out, but we're happy with the outcome all the same.
Well, just to seek further explanation, what are the significant changes by way of amendment that the Finance Act 2020 has made to, 1, the Fiscal Responsibility Act, and 2, the Public Procurement Act?
Well, in terms of the Fiscal Responsibility Act, the provision of the act that limits the deficit to GDP of the country to 3% was contemplated to be adjusted. But we now agreed that since the act has a provision that says that in terms of emergency, that the government can exceed that deficit limit and revert back when things are back to normal. So we didn't have to make those adjustments. But we now have introduced adjustments that limits the expenditure of the government-owned enterprises to a minimum of 50%, which means they can utilize the revenues that they generate to a minimum of 50%. And therefore, it means we're expecting revenues of to be remitted to the Federation of the other 50%. What we found over time is agencies post expenditure as much as 95% of their revenue. In some cases, 100%, and nothing comes to the Treasury. So by doing that, we're expecting a significant increase in revenue from the government-owned enterprises. We also have put in place a more stringent monitoring mechanism to track the performance of these government-owned enterprises, these revenue-generating agencies. On the Procurement Act, what we sought to do was to reform the Act to enable us get better efficiency within the procurement process. The procurement process is quite lengthy and complex, and what we've done is to be able to reduce the time that is required for procurement to be completed. That will enhance the performance of the budget, enabling the ministries, departments, and agencies to implement their budgets faster, and of course, it will be better. But apart from that, if you will permit me, there are a number of key provisions of the Finance Act that I would like to speak to. First of all is the provision that we made to allow for compensation of, to allow relief on compensation for loss of office after 10 million. So if you retire from office and you have your gratuity, the first 10 million of that gratuity is not going to suffer from capital gains tax, only if it is over 10 million that you will be taxed. Also, donations that have been made, whether it is in cash or kind, to government, whether at federal or state levels, for the pandemic, for the coronavirus pandemic, or for any natural disaster, from now on shall be tax deductible, subject to a maximum of 10% of the excess profit of the taxpayer. Thirdly, we have also made a provision to reduce the minimum tax threshold that is payable by companies by as much as 50%, moving this threshold from 0.5% to 0.25% of gross turnover of franked investment income for companies in the year of returns. This is for a 2-year period, so it's quite specific, so it's not perpetual. We also have made a very significant exemption for taxpayers that earn the minimum wage. So if your wage is 30,000 naira, in the past you pay personal income tax. Now you have relief, you are not going to be suffering any personal income tax. We also had made further exemptions to micro, small, medium enterprises from payment of the tertiary education tax. Recall that in the 2019 Finance Act, we made provisions for the smallest businesses of tax relief of zero taxes, so that if your turnover is 25 million and below, you're not paying any taxes. But you still were to pay your education tax, which is 2%. So that education tax is also pulled away. This is to enhance the growth and the performance of the small businesses, which are the larger proportion of enterprises in Nigeria and the largest employers of labor. Third, the next item is, for me, is to mention that we also have placed on tax-exempt commercial airline tickets in Nigeria are exempted from VAT. Right now, even before this bill, when you're buying an international ticket, you are not charged VAT. So now when you buy a local ticket, you will also not be charged VAT. This is helping taxpayers, but it's also reducing the cost of tickets, enhancing the turnover of the airlines, and helping to grow their business to stabilize more. There are some provisions also under the Finance Act that we made in terms of primary agricultural products that we sought to refine in this to make it more specific to primary agricultural products that will be entitled to tax holidays, that's pioneer tax holiday, for an initial period of 4 years with a possibility of a 2-year renewal, subject to the assessment of the performance that the government will conduct. There are a lot of provisions within the Finance Act. One of them that appears to be contentious is the import duty reduction on tractors from 35% to 5%, on mass transit vehicles for transport of 10 persons from 35% to 10%, and then also on cars from 35% to 5%. So this is done, like I said earlier on, to provide relief in terms of transport to Nigerians, to taxpayers, to reduce the cost of transportation that has a large impact in terms of input into inflation. This will have the impact of reducing the cost of food. It will have the impact of reducing the cost of food, which is very critical to ensure food security for Nigerians.
All right, Honourable Minister, thank you very much indeed for that comprehensive analysis of the Finance Act 2020 that you have just done. And I would like one of our guests, actually, to discuss some of the issues that you have raised. You talked about reduction in transportation. You talked about tax exemption, tax reduction. Now you talked about agriculture. All these are different facets of the Act, which, of course, we are believing is going to add up, as we move on implementing the 2021 budget of the federal government. Lee, what are the areas which the minister raised that you would like to really touch on, that we believe will have a positive impact on the nation?
On a general outlook, really, it's I must say it's quite impressive in terms of projected impact, on the public economic space. One, when you exempt low-income earners, from taxation, what it does is to increase, available discretionary spending capacity, for that class of people. And in doing that, because it's not just about 30,000 naira, it's anything below 30,000 naira. So what that affects is increase and enhance demand capacity. And of course that will, because rather than the 2,000, 3,000 naira that may likely go, that could have gone into government coffers, the earner now has that extra fund, to buy and make purchases. And the cyclical multiplier effect, would impact even the manufacturers and private service providers at the end of the day. That's one impressive thing. And of course, the reduction of minimum tax from 0.5% to 0.25% would also, again, that's retained earnings, as it were, because it's manufacturers will now be able to take that, instead of paying that, to federal government, manufacturers will be able to plough back that into their businesses, and of course, most likely, assembly lines, would be reactivated or even activated, as it were. The Act, to me, also points to the direction of impact the federal government is looking at, especially agriculture. By establishing pioneer status for primary agricultural enterprises, what you have done essentially is to encourage people to go into agricultural ventures, especially at the primary level, which is important because it talks to productivity and increasing productivity at that level. Agriculture still remains, the bastion of the Nigerian economy, either in terms of food production or even in terms of raw materials. So if you have more Nigerians going into that, it would have a cumulative impact, on the Nigerian economy. So by creating a pioneer status, for a minimum of 4 years and a possible 6 years period, shows that agriculture there is a creation of attraction, around agriculture. Yes, the reduction in VAT, the reduction in levies, for importation of tractors, for instance. Now, what that suggests to me is that the federal government is looking at going to the next level of agricultural venture, which is mechanized agriculture, and tractors are very essential, to this level. So, of course, by reducing the levies, it's saying that the cost of acquisition and importation and acquisition of tractors will be reduced, and of course, more people will have access to it, and that would again aggregate to increased production along that value chain. On transport, yes, again, that is also impressive. But I think one other thing that needs to be mentioned in that the Act is the tax refund provision. Huge redressing, of inequity in the tax process. I know up to the 1980s and perhaps early 1990. We had that as part of our tax practices, where taxpayers get refunds, either because of the number of their household and of course other kind of responsibilities. Now this has been reintroduced, and I think it's a measure of actually driving tax payments, because if I know that it's likely refunds will be made to me, I would make appropriate honest assessments, in my tax declarations, and knowing that state will give consideration for refunds where I've made application, for that. I think that is likely going to drive, our tax collection capabilities. And then again, I see a rebalancing of fiscal relationship between the federal government and the state government, the subnationals, especially in the new electronic money transfer provision of the bill, of the act. Now, there's supposed to be a 50 naira on a minimum 10,000 naira electronic money transfer. It used to be electronic banking transfer. I think that also tells to the fact that there's a reduction in that threshold, because it's not just about bank deposits now, it's just about electronic point of sales, ATMs and all that. And the interesting thing is that the federal government will just collect 15% of this. It's the state government that will collect 85% of it. It's a rebalancing. It's also empowering, empowering the Nigerian subnationals, as it were.
All right, Neya Kinsijo, well, thank you very much for your analysis. Let's one more time return to our Kano Network Center. Ismaila Zakari, past president of ICANN. Malam Ismaila, I would like you to speak to one aspect of what the Honorable Minister explained. That is to say that for purposes of dealing with the higher cost of transportation, government has looked at public transportation and the fleet, and so there's now a reduction in public transportation vehicles. Some persons have argued that yes, that may very well be so, but that the push factor in the higher cost of transportation in the country, the push factor can be divided into at least 2 or 3 broad areas. One, fleet replacement is usually a function of the forex regime. And today we know what the exchange rate is in the country. That's one. And secondly, once you already have your fleet, as most of the transporters do, the other critical factor has to do with the fuel cost. So, and plus, of course, the state of the roads, as they will complain from time to time. How, therefore, does the provision in the Finance Act address these 3 critical factors in seeking to either put a cap on higher transportation costs or alternatively reduce the higher transportation costs, namely forex rate, secondly, and more importantly, fuel cost, and thirdly, the state of the roads?
Thank you very much. I want to say that the issue of the transportation, as discussed by the Honorable Minister, is a fiscal measure that is commendable in terms of the fact that fleet cost or transportation vehicles that are imported into the country, the tariffs have been reduced from 35% to 10%. And with that, what happens is that if you are buying the vehicles and importing vehicles, you will pay less by bringing them in. There is a comment generally in the public right now that the tariff reduction is a disincentive to those who are manufacturing vehicles, especially mass transit vehicles in Nigeria. And I think that just like the Honorable Minister said, the mass transit vehicles that are produced in Nigeria, they are not in the number of those that are actually used and purchased by, there is a limitation in terms of their capacity to produce. I think that with that, it will be an incentive for them also to import CKD and produce more mass transit vehicles, because as the minister said, there are plans to encourage those who are producing mass transit buses in Nigeria to give them further incentives so that they can produce. With regards to issue of fuel, of course, we buy fuel at the same price, and right now government has reduced the subsidy, and things seem to have settled down. We are all moving around. It's only in terms of the cost of the fuel, which is still tied to the dollar, and the dollar is going higher. It's not a fiscal policy for government to touch foreign exchange rate. It's a monetary policy issue, and we have to leave the issue of the dollar for the CBN to try and stabilize the dollar rate so that things can be affordable in Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Ismail Zakari. I want to come back to Nia Kinsijo to speak to the question I just posed to Zakari.
Yeah, well, you talked about three inputs, into the cost aggregation of transportation, as it were. Forex, PMS, of course, fuel generally, and tariff, levies,
and the state of the roads,
and state of the roads. If we take all together, of course, we know our situation. That is our status report, more or less. But our worst case scenario, the scenario now is that there is a reduction in one of the pillars that we're talking about in possible levies that will be, that will be imposed on the importation of this vehicles. So I think the fact that you have 35% reduced to 5% and 10% respectively between mass transit vehicles and passenger vehicles, and of course cars, to a large extent, that will reflect, in the total aggregation of the cost that would have been incurred in this consideration. So for me, there are certain things we cannot manage for now, or rather we cannot address, because we are moving towards a market-driven economy, as it were. We've spoken about subsidy on fuel here, so that is given, and of course, as the Kano guest said, the forex matter cannot be touched. It's a monetary matter. We cannot that cannot be manipulated directly by government. But what is impressive is that government had been able to identify a major fiscal, input, which is the increased levy. When this levy was, don't forget that levies were increased on importation of vehicles and, of course, other forms of CKDs of up to 70% at a point in time. It was reduced to that 5%. Now it is reduced to 5% and 10% respectively, depending on what manner of vehicles we are talking about.
But these are fully built units.
Fully built. Yes. They are not CKDs.
Yes.
Now, it's important we also emphasize what the honorable minister has said. The plan to offtake whatever is being produced by local assembly plants in Nigeria. And it's been calculated, and that had been my position really. We use the annual demand, for vehicles of all sorts in the country. It's more than 600,000. It's now that the honorable minister had confirmed that it's about 750,000. Now, if you blockade that flow, into the system, what you have done is to create an artificial, artificial cost. And that would impact more of the larger percentage of the population, than even the assembly. Now that the Economic Sustainable Plan had said that there is an arrangement to offtake, not just for the assembly plants alone, for Nigerian made goods, for federal government to offtake from them. It means that, of course, whatever they are producing is taken care of. You know, so there's no disincentive for them not to produce. They would, whatever they are producing will be purchased.
What's our national experience? I know, I mean, both Kirian and yourself and others are strong advocates of consuming made in Nigeria. When the minister says, okay, but the federal government, you know, will do this, and they seek to persuade the subnational entities to also approach, say, the automobile industry as off-takers. For several editions of Good Morning Nigeria, you recall one of the points that kept coming up was the purchase of cars by the National Assembly. The National Assembly is part of the federal government.
Of course.
But the cars that they purchased, these were luxury cars, as it were, that they were supposed to be using for oversight. They didn't come from the local manufacturers.
Exactly, and that's a very important issue to raise in this conversation with respect to the automobile industry. Because for you to grow locally, you have to ensure that the car manufacturers in Nigeria are giving a kind of safe landing to ensure that their products are being purchased by government. In fact, the minister mentioned something like that, you know, when she said that the local manufacturers, you know, will be encouraged, and again encourage perhaps council areas, local government areas, and government officials to purchase made in Nigeria vehicles. But again, we had the PAN chairman the other day who actually frowned at that policy, saying that it will not augur well for local producers. And if we are talking about growing Nigeria, buying Nigeria, then it means that something has to be done about this. Let's get back to Kano to hear from our guest Zachary in this particular aspect of the conversation.
Well, just like Nii said, and the minister has told us that the demand for vehicles of this nature, that is mass transit vehicles and buses, passenger buses, is about 750,000 units. And the local production is only 50,000. So there is a gap of 700,000. I think this policy, apart from reducing the tariff and encouraging the importation and making it cheaper, is also an anti-smuggling strategy. Because if we have a gap of 700,000 and we do not reduce the tariff, the direct effect is that those vehicles will just be coming through the borders, will be smuggled, and nothing will be collected in terms of tariffs by government. With the development, it is not possible to achieve all the three ends, to say that we have to reduce the foreign exchange for these importers. And I think government has done what they can do as far as the fiscal element is concerned. With regards to the monetary element, the Central Bank of Nigeria perhaps will need to look into this area to see if what they can do to reduce the foreign exchange, because the foreign exchange issue really, we should not have subsidy and multiple rates. I think we should try and converge all these rates and try to see. Government has to have a policy where they will take direct measures in reducing the foreign exchange rate so that the impact on the economy will be improved. That is, we can go with less naira to import things from outside Nigeria. This is going to be, it's not a short-term measure. It is, if government really look into this, maybe they can put a timeline of, say, about 5 years and say we are going to reduce the FX rate vis-a-vis the naira to a level where it will be better for Nigerians to import and do business, and it will be better for our economy. But coming back to the issues, I think it's only when we have money, the government has money, that they will be investing in roads. There are mass road projects that are going on right now in the government, and money is required to put these roads in good shape so that there will be less damage to the vehicles and they can last longer and so on. I think, for me, I commend government for taking this step, but it's not so wide a step, or, they can do more, but gradually.
Ismaila Zachary, past president, Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, and a member of the Tax Advisory Committee, would like to thank you for being part of our conversation this morning. You joined us from our Kano Network Center. Thank you. All right, so we're going to have to take a short break. The Honorable Minister of Finance, Hajia Zainab Ahmed, is still with us, along with Nia Kinsiju.
A new edition of TV Guide is out with special focus on the game changer, His Excellency Governor Abdullahi Sule of Nasarawa State. Broadcasting in the digital economy, Maxwell Logo gives an insight. This edition also features Nancy Naji of AIT, a name synonymous with business. Meet the NCDC boss, Dr. Chikwe Ihekweazu. TV Guide, your indispensable companion, also x-rays the relevance of social media in the modern society. Meet some TV professionals who have impacted their spaces and other inspiring stories in sports, entertainment, and lots more. Grab a copy at the vendor near you or NTA stations nationwide. TV Guide, your indispensable companion.
Dialogue, empathy, love, and unity. These are vital components of nation building.
For all to be well, we appeal that we should refrain from volatile, provocative, inciting messages and language.
Let's build and not destroy.
Well, all right. Welcome back. It's still Good Morning Nigeria, reaching you live on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority. Let's rejoin the Honorable Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Hajia Zainab Ahmed. Honorable Minister, of course, you've listened to the couple of issues that we have raised with the other two guests and their responses, dealing with some of the matters arising from government's desire to ensure that there is a knockdown on the cost of public transportation, but that the other critical factors would appear not to have been accounted for in this regard. That's one. On Monday, when we had the first part of the conversation, one of our guests, who was chairman of PAN, did say a number of things, including the fact that there seemed to have been no sufficient consultation with industry players, that's to say local industry players, that, for instance, there are 14 assembly plants that now can couple together tractors. So what will be the implication of the reduction in tariff on imported tractors on those entities? And the other claim he also made was that look, the industry players, that's to say local automobile manufacturers, were just in the process of putting together their own thoughts and forwarding same to the Executive Council when they had that, when the Executive Council has already approved a draft bill. In other words, they seem to have been left out of the loop. What are your reactions to this? You were not part of the conversation on Monday, but I thought I should paraphrase the points that were highlighted on that occasion.
Well, it is true that we could have done much wider consultation, but as I said earlier on, we did consult. We had a committee that put this together, which is a broad-based committee. And then also, in preparing the budget and the finance bills, these things are time-bound. We have target dates that we must meet. So we cannot wait for a group that is preparing to come and bring input. If they bring the input while the process is going on, it will be taken along. But it doesn't mean that because you passed a bill, you cannot continue with consultation, or government cannot sit down with the stakeholders and see how we can provide relief to the industry. the thing about government is you have to always, at any point in time, whatever decision you make, most of the time somebody is favored, somebody is not. And what we seek to do is to see how we can have impact on a larger number of citizens, taxpayers. And again, I said our intention is not to hurt the auto industry. It's a very important sector. It has the potential to grow, and with this incident that has happened, there will be more focus and more attention by both by government as well as by the industry. The policy, the auto policy that is being implemented now is 7 years old. We're still very way behind. We have a crisis, a national crisis, where there are very few tractors for agricultural production. We need to bring them in at zero duties so that more agricultural production can be enhanced. It's not meant to hurt the industry. We need to sit down with the industry. We need to have their ask, what is it that you think we can do for you under this circumstance, apart from committing to buy or take what you produce, at least at the federal level? What can we do for you? So we are still going to have those discussions. And also, there's also the authority that has been given to Mr. President, which is implemented through the Ministry of Finance to create new fiscal policies, not necessarily by law. So we can create new fiscal policies, it's allowed. We can create policies not necessarily by law, but this act has been passed, it's a law. We have to work with it and see how we can best implement it. If it comes to worst case, then we look at amendment, but we don't see why an amendment is necessary, because the overarching goal is to enhance the agricultural sector by bringing in tractors, to reduce cost of mass transit for movement of goods and people, and this is meeting it. So the other side, the flip side of it, is to look at how do we provide additional relief to the industry that is already invested in the sector to protect their businesses from hurting. We don't want them to close down. We don't want them to lose jobs. So we will have to provide some incentives for them to support them in their investments.
I think the Honourable Minister has made a very, very valid point here. Because in as much as we like to grow the local industry, we don't have to allow a particular area of concern, such as agriculture, to suffer. And again, transportation, which of course is huge when it comes to its contribution to the national economy.
That's right, Kyria. I just would like the Honourable Minister to also respond to one other concern that was raised in the first part of our discussion, and that has to do with one faithful implementation of the provisions of the Finance Act 2020. But more importantly, according to one of our guests on that occasion, is policy consistency. Now, earlier, Neya Akinsijo was talking about, and we have seen it there in the provisions of the Finance Act, incentives to investors in the agricultural primary produce subsector. So you have a tax holiday, 4 years in the first instance, and it could, of course, be ramped up by another 2 years, which gives you an aggregate of 6 years. Some persons would now say, all right, on the basis of what this policy is, we can have a pioneer status for an aggregate period of 6 years. Let's begin to make our investment decisions. And some of those investment decisions might not come until maybe another year or two. And by another year or two, there is concern that perhaps the policy just might change. Again, of course, this is flowing from our national experience. That's why earlier I asked about what you thought would be the key aspects in this act that are potential game changers. Can we expect consistency and faithful implementation, as some of the guests indicated when we discussed this issue first on Monday?
Thank you very much. There will be policy consistency, and also there will be faithful implementation of the Finance Acts 2019 and the Finance Act 2020. The agricultural sector requires to be supported in every possible way, because this is what is needed to ensure that this country is resilient in its growth. food security is very important. We saw what happened during COVID. If we were not able to feed ourselves in Nigeria, imagine what will happen. If we were not largely eating what we grow, imagine what will have happened. So there's a need to continue to provide reasonable incentives to support the agricultural sector. There has been pioneer status certificates in various sectors in the economy, and they are being implemented. Even when there's a policy change, it doesn't say the beneficiaries will lose their pioneer status benefit overnight. No, it just means the period, the grants that have been made is allowed to expire for each person that is already entitled, and then for a new one, it is the new regime that takes that takes place. So we don't switch off policies overnight, except where you have a national crisis like the COVID-19 crisis that we had, and we are not changing the auto policy. What we are doing is adjusting the import tariffs and the import duties and the levies that have been in place for a long time, which have not served us well, by the way, because it didn't stop smuggling any at all of vehicles into this country. Instead, it restricted revenues that we would have earned by diverting the traffic of imports to our neighboring countries. And also, you see how many limited tractors that we have in this country. We are, I think the agricultural minister says we are under-tractorized in this country. We just need so much. We don't have up to 1% of the tractor numbers that we need for agricultural production in Nigeria. So this is going to make a significant change in that regard. There will be policy consistency. There will also be faithful implementation of the Finance Act 2020.
All right, Minister, that's well said with respect to that of tractors. And what this has brought in is the aspect of farmers now who are supposed to make use of the tractors in question. Is there any provision in the Finance Act that will enable especially low-income farmers in Nigeria to have access to these tractors? Because if you are talking about mechanization of agriculture, and of course, those who produce the main bulk of the food we eat in this country don't have access to tractor that will begin to enable them to mechanize. The efforts would have been in vain. So what are the concerns about these farmers who are there but may not have the capacity to have access to tractors?
What we provide in a law is to be an enabler. An enabler means we will be able to now have more tractors within the country. So our design is that there will be an encouragement for leasing of tractors, so that you don't even have to buy the tractor yourself. There will be companies that have the capacity to buy tractors and actually lease them, or even to just supply tractor services. So when you have more, there will be companies that will be able to go and use their tractors on farms, and then farmers pay a fee, because tractors are very large investments. Not every farmer will be able to do the investment, but every farmer we are planning should be able to rent time on a tractor. The tractor will come to their farm and actually do the work it's supposed to do, and they pay a fee for that. So that way, the productivity will be greatly enhanced.
And if I may add, sorry, Honorable Minister, with respect to the tractor issue, because I recall in the past there was this plan to have tractor plants in Nigeria that's working together with well-known multinationals in tractor production, for us to have a kind of understanding with such multinationals to come into Nigeria and either produce the tractors or assemble the tractors, because it will make it a lot easier and cheaper for Nigerian farmers if that happens. But for us to rely more on the importation and with all the incentives you've put in, which is important, right, will it not be proper, to ensure that we have a much more impact arrangement, to ensure that these tractors are either manufactured in Nigeria or assembled in Nigeria?
I guess you're referring to the Agricultural Green Imperative Program, which is a partnership between the government of Brazil and the government of Federal Republic of Nigeria, where the government of Brazil is providing investment of about 1.2 billion euros within that range. And one of the key components of that is that Brazilian companies will be providing parts for tractors for 6 assembly plants that have already been identified in Nigeria to assemble those parts. This facility is still with the National Assembly for approval. It is only when it approves that it will take off. And once it takes off, it will take some time to stabilize. And what they are going to do is to bring in batches as the components for this local assembly plants. And still, it will be a loan that the federal government is taking to on lend to this tractor assembly plants and to other parts of the agricultural value chain, because the green imperative is including tractor assembly, processing, also some collection and processing centers in every local government in the federation. So
it does appear we have lost.
Yes, I don't know if she's back. All right, Honorable Minister of Finance, we're getting pressed for time. I would like you to also speak to one other issue that, of course, has generated quite some public reaction, and that has to do with what we find in the Finance Act regarding unclaimed dividends and dormant balances that have been sold for 6 years. Now, there are concerns as to why government is taking this approach, even though there's been the explanation about global best practices with regard to dormant balances and so on and so forth. The critical concern here has to do with the desire to set up, say, a trust fund. And one of our guests on Monday did say that that trust fund will be another bureaucracy that will, in fact, consume much of the benefits that government ordinarily would derive from accessing such unclaimed dividends and dormant bank balances. Why is the government getting into this and utilizing this approach?
Well, within the banking system, there are a lot of dormant accounts with balances sitting in those accounts and not serving anyone except perhaps maybe the banking system. There's also within the system of the registrars unclaimed dividends that are sitting in registrars' accounts, sitting in banks, that is not serving a greater good. Before the Finance Act, once dividends are claimed for 12 years, the CAMA makes a provision that the company can plow back those dividends into the dividend pool and share to existing shareholders. So once that is done, the shareholder actually doesn't have a claim on that dividend anymore. By creating the trust fund, we're pulling the dividends and the dormant account balances into a trust fund that will be managed by a special body that will have government as well as private sector fund managers. And these funds will be perpetually available to people that are entitled. So if whatever number of years after a registrar reports an investor that is entitled to that body or his heirs are entitled to that dividend, then they get paid from that pool of funds. Unlike the previous legislation that after 12 years is plowed back and is distributed to other shareholders within the same company. This means that these shareholders' funds are better protected by government and will be perpetually available. The same thing also with the with the dormant accounts. After the compelling requirement to have BVN registered, we saw a large increase in the number of dormant accounts. And this suggests that some of these dormant accounts are owned by people that are unwilling to come forward and actually claim them. And we are going to use these funds to invest in the Nigerian capital market. So it still will be, the use of the funds will still be regulated by the regulator of the Nigerian capital market. There will be investments in federal government bonds or any market bonds or instruments. So it's going to be visible investments. It's not that it's going to be taken and put to finance the budget. No. It will be funds that will be used to invest in bonds. So the bonds will be fiscal infrastructure bond, but just like every other government instrument, government will be responsible for paying back any investor that makes a claim on either the dividends or the dormant account bank balances.
That really does it. Kingsley, I hope she really that question properly.
Oh, sure.
Because
the explanation was detailed enough. Yes.
Exactly. From all indications, Honorable Minister, I would like to appreciate you for your time this morning, and of course all the analysis that you have made, bringing to bear the issue of proper planning by the federal government with respect to the 2021 Financial Act. Thank you indeed for your time, and we hope to have you again when we have a topic of this nature. Thank you, and bye-bye. And from here in the studio, we have Nii Akinsijo, of course, who's a financial and investment analyst, who always here with us when we raise issues concerning financial analysis on this platform. Thank you, Nii, for being here this morning, as always.
It's a pleasure, as always. Thanks so much.
All right, now.
Yeah, all right, Kirian.
We have foreign news, right?
Yeah, that's right. Of course, the world is waiting the inauguration of Joe Biden for the sixth president of the United States. And that, of course, brings to a close the presidency of Donald Trump, which began 4 years ago.
My fellow Americans, 4 years ago, we launched a great national effort to rebuild our country, to renew its spirit, and to restore the allegiance of this government to its citizens.
Outgoing United States President Donald Trump has made his farewell address before leaving office, saying, "We did what we came to do and so much more." In a video posted on YouTube, he said he took on the tough battles, the hardest fights, because that's what you elected me to do. Donald Trump has still not fully accepted the result of last November's election, which he lost to Democrat Joe Biden. On the eve of his inauguration, Joe Biden led a national tribute to the 400,000 Americans who have died of COVID-19. At sundown on Tuesday, 400 lights were illuminated in front of the Lincoln Memorial in Washington, D.C. to honor those who have lost their lives to the disease. The inauguration of Joe Biden as the 46th President of the United States will mark the commencement of the 4-year term of Joe Biden as President and Kamala Harris as Vice President. The inaugural ceremony will take place on the West Front United States Capitol in Washington, D.C., and will be the 59th presidential inauguration. Biden will take the presidential oath of office, while Harris will take the vice presidential oath of office. The inauguration will take place amidst extraordinary political, public health, economic, and national security crisis, including outgoing President Donald Trump's attempt to overturn the 2020 United States presidential election, which incited a storming of the Capitol, Trump's unprecedented second impeachment, and a threat of widespread civil unrest, which stimulated a nationwide law enforcement response.
All right, many thanks there for that report on the foreign scene. And by the way, outgoing President Donald Trump would not be attending the inauguration, but his vice president will be attending. That's Mike Pence. He will be attending the inauguration.
And you know one thing he did? He actually requested Pentagon to organize a ceremony for him to exit the White House.
But that's not been offered him. Has had a tempestuous reign, and it comes to an end in just a couple of hours. So that's it for us today on Good Morning Nigeria. We'd like to thank you for being with us. We're back tomorrow same time, 7 in the morning. Until then, take care of yourself, stay safe and be well. I'm Kingsley Osadolo.
And I'm Kieran Umayo. Goodbye.
Experience unlimited superfast internet access from Entel 4G. Entel. Live more.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world.
I am Elizabeth Abad. I am here to talk about facts. There is so much misinformation and distortion out there, especially on the social media. All it takes is just a click and the fake news goes viral. However, here in NTA, we deal with facts.
My job is to go out there and comb for factual news and information.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Welcome to Thoughts for the Week. I hope you've been doing very well, and I hope that the things happening in the world are not getting you down. Don't worry, they'll definitely pass. Now, let's take a look at our hands. All the fingers on our hands, they are not equal, are they? They can never be equal because our elders have said all fingers of the same hand can never be equal. That's the truth. Now imagine on your hand all the fingers were equal. In this present day world, some people would call you a freak because they'll say that is not normal. So the fact that all the fingers are not equal doesn't mean that the small one lacks more importance than the big one. Don't be surprised that the differences you see on your fingers are the things that make them work seamlessly. It's same for nature. Let's take some examples. You have the sea. On one part of the sea, you may have this beautiful level beach where you can easily walk and have fun. On the other side, you may have some very sharp rocks that if you fall on them or from them, you may not survive. Same for the hills and the valleys. Same for the ranges and the sprawling fields in front of them. Nothing is actually the same in nature. So, even human beings are not all the same. We are all different, just like my Joseph coat. It has many colors. That is how all human beings are. We are different people, different colors, but we come together to form one complete whole. There is an Irish proverb that says, "Strength is not possible without unity." That means if all these colors did not come together in one seamless pattern, this would not be what you are seeing. Same thing with human beings. The fact that you are one particular tribe, or you are one particular gender, or you have this money or that money and the other person is poor, doesn't mean that that person doesn't have a place in this world. Our elders have said, each man has his own job in the ship. Yes, if you go on a ship, for instance, you'll find that everybody there has a role they have to play. And if one person is missing, it becomes a problem. Now imagine a company where you have an engineer and he feels he's better than the man who greases the machines. What do you think would happen if the man doesn't grease the machines? There will be a huge friction. That man in your office, again, who may just be a messenger or office assistant. You may think he is smaller than you, you don't need him, you don't do that, you don't... No. Without him, how hard can a job be? Same thing for families, same thing for everything in life. We all need each other, be you white, be you black, be you brown, no matter your color. Because, as it has been said, all lives matter. Our elders have said, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. This hand can do as much as it can do when they all cooperate. I'm talking about all the fingers. So, our thought for the week. Do you think you're better than that very person sitting next to you? Do you think you're better than the people helping you in your own home? I think you should think very well. So, let's respect one another and let's move in this journey of life peacefully. I'll see you next time. Till then, take care of yourselves. Bye-bye.
Hello, I'd like to ask, how much do you love yourself? How much of that love have you been able to show to yourself and to your neighbor? Don't ask me why I'm talking about love. And I always say, if you love yourself, the best way of protecting yourself is to ensure that people around you are well protected. And the best protection comes when we give good health to ourselves. Talking about health, a lot of times, for a long time now, we've been threatened by that very tiny, inconsequential, so to speak, because it's an invisible virus called the SARS-2, COVID-19. And when the first wave came, we thought it wasn't for us, but it came. It took a little bit of relaxation, and then it came and came big time. It is still raging. But what is our attitude? Are we enjoying the numbers counting up? And if we're not, are we doing the right things? How prepared are we in case it just happens to knock on your door? That will be our thoughts, our attitude, and COVID-19 during this second wave. And the show is Conversation. My name is Elizabeth. Today we'll have a lady joining us later, but in the studio I have Dr. Mohammed Kawu, who is the acting secretary, the
Health
and Human Services here in FCT. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Good morning, viewers.
Okay. Now, I will take a break. When we come back, we'll look deep down onto what has been going on. The show continues.
The coronavirus pandemic. Information management is key.
I'm Cyril Stober.
Fatima Umar Buba.
Joseph Johnson.
Ian Ray John.
Muhammad Kudu Abubakar.
Jumbo Yusuf.
My name is Kirian Umaya.
Here in NTA, we're working very hard to make sure that everything we broadcast is accurate and up to date. Misinformation spreads very fast.
The social media has been a huge conveyor of misleading information from one individual to another, then to another set of groups. In a short while, it goes viral, and before you know it, it is all over the world.
There have been several misleading information on coronavirus, COVID-19. Recently, the misconception of 5G as a cause of coronavirus is becoming widespread. Another is the belief that hot beverages and alcoholic drinks are internal cleanser for COVID-19, thereby leading to excessive consumption of these drinks.
The use of local concoctions as treatment for COVID-19 are yet to be scientifically proven. However, there has been several theories about the efficacies of these concoctions. We should stay safe and denounce all manner of fake news and misleading information on COVID-19.
For medical advice, go on the WHO website, Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC website, or stick with the advisories from the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19 or other authentic official sources. NTA is one of them.
All right, COVID-19, second wave, and our attitude. It is important that we have it right. And have a man who within Abuja has been doing a lot of job to ensure that we stay on the right track. And of course, we are also managed. Doc, this, you've been here before, is a very relaxed conversation because we're talking to people like me who really don't know anything, so we need to communicate in the best of languages. Now, I know at a point we shut down most of the isolation centers, because it was like it went on holidays. And now the numbers did not just come back, but they doubled up. Are the centers all open?
Thank you. Good morning, viewers. I want to make a correction. At no time did we shut our centers in FCT because we were having clear instruction not to shut down any treatment center because ab initio the virus had not gone. The figures had come down even then, but that we started experiencing second wave in Europe and America much, much earlier. So there were fears. So because of that, no center was shut down. However, when we started, we hurriedly fixed 2 centers. That is, we converted our hospitals into treatment centers because we needed to fix centers faster. And that was Asokoro District Hospital, which had 90 beds, and Karo. Now, after having enough beds in Idu, 500 beds, Disjedum, 300 beds, and other centers, we felt there was no point denying the normal other patients the advantage of having Asokoro as a hospital because it's our prime hospital. And it's our super specialist hospital where we have all these super specialties. So we reverted Asokoro back to normal hospital setting, even when the COVID was on. Mm-hmm. And the same thing for Karo. So to make things clear, we never shut down any treatment center. Although there were no patients, so we reduced the number of personnel, we reduced the activities in those centers, but they were never shut down.
Okay.
So when the wave, the second wave came back, even when the wave came back, we had some few patients in DJ Dome and had no patient at Idu. We had some few patients in Gwagwalada, DSS. We were managing 1 or 2 patients. So when the second wave came, we just cleaned Idu, and because it came with severer form of the ailments, more people needing oxygen. So we had to now pipe oxygen in Idu and ensure that we have enough cylinders and oxygen for the patients needing oxygen. I can tell you presently we have over 70 patients in DJ Dome on admission.
70?
70, yes. About 15 of them are on oxygen. Now, Idu, we have a few patients up to now, maybe about 8 or so, and most of them are on oxygen. Gwagwalada is almost full because that's our tertiary center where most of the complicated cases are being managed, and they're almost full house. DSS, we have...
When you say full house, it gets me thinking, what's the capacity of Gwagwalada, for instance?
Gwagwalada is about 40.
40?
And, yeah, all the time we have about 30, 39, even 40.
And at 40 is almost full? 40
is almost full.
Wow.
Yes. But the good thing is that we have national hospital there.
Okay.
And we now manage severe cases in this day. We give oxygen, and the same thing we do. So we reserve Gwagwalada for those that have all the very serious complications, maybe end-stage kidney failures. In addition to COVID, they need maybe kidney dialysis, and some may need surgeries. You know, we do surgeries in the treatment centers. For instance, in Gwagwalada, we did about 3 or 4 cesarean sections.
Oh.
Pregnant women
got
infected with COVID, and their deaths were due, and they needed operation, so we had to create a theater in the treatment center. And because you don't take those patients to the general theater, because we'll infect, so we had to create a theater in Gwagwalada. So we do surgeries.
No, this CS session you talked about, was it because of COVID, or my question is, couldn't they have had the baby normal?
No, it's coincidence. You have a COVID, you have COVID, and you are pregnant, and you need to have cesarean section.
Okay, so if you have COVID,
it's not because of
they
COVID.
Have COVID, okay.
Yeah, it's because it's a COVID patient that needs cesarean section.
Oh, okay. So a pregnant woman who goes into labor and you cannot, and it won't affect the baby won't get affected?
No.
Oh, that's good to know. Now, my question again is, we were able to fight and lower the numbers so well last year. And this year, we just suddenly had, towards the end of last year, we suddenly had these bursts. Where did it come from? Where did we get it wrong?
Now, most pandemics or epidemics, they come in waves, generally. And you can see what is happening across the world. Most of the world are experiencing second wave. And sometimes it goes to third, fourth wave if you look at the history of pandemics. So I can say usually is the nature of the viruses. Now, we also contributed as a people. You recall during the late last year, people started relaxing when the figures started going down. And where we had closed the society, we started reopening the society. Schools opened, NYSC camps opened, event centers got opened, despite the fact that NCDC and PTF said, okay, even if you are opening, you do this and this and this. But because the figures started going down, people became relaxed. And after opening, we've not been obeying the non-pharmaceutical preventive measures. So the virus was there. It had not gone completely. So the virus now got an avenue and started spreading again. So here we are. And don't forget also, international travels have been opened and people have been coming back to this country from countries where second wave has started already, like UK and America. So a lot of them also came back with we realized about 1 to 2% of all people came back positive.
But they always all had their tests, and uploaded before coming. So how did it happen?
Yes, you could get infected inside the aircraft.
The ones that I don't get it.
Okay. Now, the country you are living, you're supposed to do a test 48 hours before you board an aircraft. Now, after they have taken your sample, you are still in the country, up to airport, up to inside the aircraft. During that process, you can get infected.
Okay.
Are you getting me? So when you come back, 7 days in this country, you do a test again in country.
Okay.
So if you got infection after you had become positive there, during the transit, you get infected. By day 7, the incubation period would have happened, and if they test you, they can find you positive. So probably that's what happened, because a few of them actually became positive.
Wow.
Yes.
Going back to travelers coming into the country, and I've heard that a lot of times you need to do self-isolation and all that. But this self-isolation is usually done in the home, right? It's not, there's no personal or a particular place you need to go and do this. It's done in your house. How about the inmates of the house? What happens to them?
Now, the management of this COVID had gone through a lot of modifications, and you modify based on the circumstances, based on the situation, and each country decides how it wants to do its own management. There is no prescribed way of managing your cases. You have the knowledge of the virus, you know how it can be transmitted, you know how it cannot be transmitted, so you work the one that suits you. For instance, if you get to UK, initially they are doing 14 days isolation, and after that you don't need to do tests. After 14 days, if you don't have symptoms, you don't have anything, you go into the society. They did that because they were able to monitor you. If you get to the house, they have a way of monitoring you. If you go into the society and you are caught, they send you to jail. Now, in this country, we found that it's difficult for us to monitor people coming in. Now, we know within 7 days, if you're infected, the incubation period is over. So if you do a test, the result will show. So the country decided, okay, anybody coming to this country, stay at home. Don't move around within people. Day 7, do your test. If you are negative, you are done. If you are positive, you get management. Now, the question you asked me is a very difficult question.
Because if I test positive, I would have spread it to my...
It is expected everybody is responsible.
Okay.
That's just the expectation. Because it's not possible you get a hotel, because that's where we started initially. You know, remember when
the hotels
people
were even shut down. Yes.
Remember when people are coming, we got hotels and kept them. There were so many problems. They were abusing government. They were, so you had to feed them. So it's not a practical way of doing things. So you just tell people, look, self-isolate, do test the survey. It is expected that you become responsible, because the people you are infecting in the house, at home, are your people, are your brothers, are your sisters, your husband, your kids. Are you getting me? So it's expected when you come back, you stay in a room for 7 days, don't mix with people, do your test, and if your test is negative, you move around. And don't forget also now, the management of mild to asymptomatic is some care. Unlike before, you see was bundling people in some states. They were so unorganized that they start bundling people as they were common criminals into ambulances. All these ones have now been changed.
I recall those days.
Your result is out. We call you, look, you tested positive, please stay at home. We get somebody to come and see you. We talk to you, we tell you what to do, what not to do. We give you a package of drugs. This is where you should take. So things are changing, and there's nothing we can do about it. We just have to change and adapt these things. And also the fear of the virus has changed. Even the health workers, initially everybody was scared, and even the hospital, the doctors, the nurses, they were running away from the patients, even when they had their masks and all those things. But now They've relaxed because, it's not a death sentence. Even those people that got infected. 80% of my EOC, Emergency Operations Center, we got infected, all of us. I got infected. So there's no big deal.
You get infected, you get
infected,
treated.
you manage yourself. What is important is that you get sorted out. If you are having symptoms, or for us that are in the front line, we regularly do our checks. And if you are positive, you get managed or treated. And so I think the way we look at the virus has also changed. And so people are a bit more relaxed than when it started, that everybody that is positive must go to isolation.
In fact, we don't even get to talk to the members of your family if we know you're positive.
Yes.
Even when they are negative, because we don't know. Calling you on the phone, we can get it on the phone.
Yes,
that was the attitude then.
But thank God.
Change a little bit. But we're still looking at the people's attitude, and it's good we're getting a little bit, relaxed. But then we should still play caution, which is why we're having this topic. As at now, we'll take a little break, and when we return, we will be stressing more on the need for us to, be more conscious, because it may not be a death sentence, but our death rate has actually gone up. We'll take that break now.
Let's start by saying COVID-19 is real. I personally know people, friends that I have grown up with, that have one just got discharged, another one died, and right now I just received news of somebody that I know has also been infected.
I'm also a victim of this pandemic because I contracted it and I was very ill. I remember very well, my temperature was 39.5 degrees for a very long time. I was shivering, I was cold, even where there are no air conditioners, and you lose appetite, you'll be weak, and you'll be seeing death, actually. You'll be imagining that, look, well, probably that's the way it would go.
And, several government officials that have gotten infected, some have died, even among us ministers, some of them, and they have tweeted, it's not a crime to get COVID because you do not ask to get COVID. But if you don't do the right thing to protect yourself, then it's a crime against yourself and against other people that you might infect.
And I know members of a family in Kaduna, 8 of them, went for a wedding, sitting on the same table. All of them died from COVID.
This is not the time to throw parties. We have seen what throwing parties just did last week. It's the worst time to hold parties of any kind.
And sadly, in the villages, I remember very well, I went to my hometown and I went to the mosque on a Friday, probably a congregation of 5,000 people, maybe not more than 3 or 4, 5 of us that had, masks on.
And our rule is even in like worshiping places and things like that, it has to be big enough with ventilation, and there must be physical distancing. And the limit is no more than, I believe, 50 people, depending on the size of the hall or the venue where people are carrying out whatever activity it is. Traveling. If you don't need to travel, whether locally or internationally, please don't travel.
Because they said if you stay in one place, the COVID does not go on its own. You have to transmit it elsewhere.
And I'm sorry, these days, when people catch COVID, it's not the time to go and say, I'm going to go and commiserate with the person who is COVID positive. No. Unfortunately, people need to be cured, tested and make sure that they are totally cured. Conspiracy theory about the vaccines will do this, vaccines will do that. No. Science is what we are talking about. And these vaccines have been subjected to scientific evidence, scientific analysis. They have gone through thorough analysis and testing. So please believe in science, not just in some kind of theory that somebody doesn't know anything. He'll just sit down and cook up or hear it from someone and then add his and now start spreading.
Yes, there is COVID. Are people contracting it every day? Yes. Are people dying? Yes. And look, when people in this country tell you they don't believe in it, we don't do testing. The testings are so low compared to the population of this country.
So let's make sure we get the COVID out of our country, out of the world, and it will start with you. Take personal responsibility. First of yourself, and you have responsibility to others, family members, friends, colleagues at work, and the people in the whole country, and by extension, the whole world. Be part of the solution, not part of the problem.
My brothers and sisters in this country, Nigeria, COVID is real. And I, Farouk Adamu Aliyu, I'm a victim of COVID. I came out of it. And it is real, so that let's take it serious and ensure that we wash our hands, we use masks, social distancing, so that we reduce the transmission of COVID. Thank you.
All right, it's still conversations, and I told you later on, somewhere at a point, some other person will be joining us, and then we've just been joined by Rakiba. She's a familiar face here, and Rakiba, thank you for coming. It's actually your home, so why would I? It's your home, so
yes.
Thank you for having me.
I'm a regular of conversations.
It's all right. Now, I hope you have been protecting yourself.
I have.
And our little darling, the baby, she just turned 2, right?
Yes, she just turned 2.
Okay, as a mom, what is your concern when it comes to COVID-19?
My greatest concern is for kids being exposed to COVID-19, and they may not be able to tell you the symptoms.
They're having.
Yes, and then as it is said, the fatality rate or the occurrence rate in kids is actually lower than the elderly because their immune systems are stronger. So usually when I go out with my child, I'm very overprotective. At some point, I stopped going out with her. We're always home. Even if I have to go out, I'll just leave her at home because they need to be protected. And my 2-year-old would not stay with a mask on. So it's a very big challenge. So the best thing you can do is to protect your kids from going to public places, from going to where there's more than like 10 or 4 to 10 people. So what I usually do is I try to make sure that I do steam inhalation. Even when there was a rise in the number, the early stages, there were rumors, people were scared, everybody was trying to keep put and be safe when we were on lockdown. Even when we were not going, I had to do the inhalations, and I would just open it. I don't cover up, but I do steam inhalations, the local ones that we've been told to do, and then I try to make sure that I cover up.
Okay. Even the little girl does the steam inhalation?
Yes, she does. What I do is I usually put the concoctions inside a bowl, and then I put it inside I put hot water in it, then I put it on the table, then I let her sit on my lap, and then I push her head close to the bowl, and then she inhales. Because she wouldn't do it like you as an adult.
Exactly.
But it's very uncomfortable, but I try to do that because I want to keep her safe.
That's really nice. Anyway, let me let you rest a little bit and go back to Dr. Kau. Doctor, when we had the first wave, we had, number of deaths not as much as we have it today. And they've said a lot of things. I'm not a medical person, but I've heard variants, we have heard strands, we have heard, or type. What is it that is... Today I look at it, I think it's about 15 or 13 people died as of yesterday. Before we used to have like 2 or 3. Why is this one killing so much? And it's usually sudden death.
Thank you so much. One important factor is that this virus is a novel virus. It means it's a new virus that up to now not so much is known about it until research is done based on what happens over time. The second factor is the factor you talked about is the issue of variant or a strain, another strain. Viruses usually mutate. Mutation means they change their behavior, their character, if they are exposed to a host. In this case, the horse is the human being. They're trying to beat the system. They're trying to survive. Are you getting me? I was on a live radio program with a virologist, which is specialist on viruses from National State University, Kefi. He said on air that one of the private universities have really isolated a new strain in this country. That one has not been published. And NCDC and Federal Ministry of Health has not said it so. But as a professional, he said it. And we believe we have some new strains of variants that are more virulent, more deadlier, probably than the ones we had initially. As you said, even the number of people needing oxygen this time is far, far higher than those needing oxygen last time. In our treatment centers, I told you last time, it was only a Socorro that we were using as an oxygen therapy center in addition to National Hospital. But now we have to, all the centers now, we have to ensure that they provide oxygen services. This day, everywhere you are opening to manage COVID, you must have oxygen. We have seen Lagos is even doing oxygen kiosks. In each area, local government, they put a kiosk where people can be rushed to go and be put into oxygen because it's ravaging more in Lagos. But it's ravaging more in Lagos means we have to get ready.
Yes,
because so we are ready. We have in reasonable oxygen supply now, and we had already trained medical personnel, and we have recalled all of them. They are on standby, even those that are not on duty. They are available. And the good thing is that they are all calling me to say, "You want to come and serve?"
Oh, really?
Really, yes.
That's
they are
good.
lobbying.
That's good.
And I'm so happy. I'm so impressed. I'm so comfortable that people, the nurses, the doctors, they call, "Doctor, please, I want to be posted to treatment center." Unlike in situation where you see them running away.
Yes.
So we are really comfortable. They are doing great. So this is what is happening.
You're a medical person. You trying to run away to this? So yes.
No, I don't. But we had a case of a COVID patient that a test wasn't carried out. I work in a particular unit. So when I went to see the patient, I saw the beds were empty, and I was like, "What's happening?" My patient was still there. I was still treating the patient. And then I overheard the nurses saying they went for a test, that they had to evacuate everybody, that the patient on bed 4 was positive. But we didn't know.
Wow.
We didn't know. And he was a foreigner. I think he's a Chinese man. So that day I didn't sleep. My heart was literally on my hand. So, but unfortunately for me, I did the test and it came out negative.
That's
and none of our staff was
negative.
infected. Yes.
That's beautiful. But Rakiba, I know that generally, I went to a hospital, late last year in December, and I don't want to say I was scared really in the first place entering the hospital. I've never really liked hospitals, but with the period of incidences of COVID and all that, I got even more scared, going in. But I was surprised. A security man within that hospital, it's a big one. I don't want to name names. Yeah. The man had his face mask as a chin mask, and I said, "Sir, why are you wearing this like this? I thought it was supposed to be here." And he said, "You don't listen to everything. There is nothing like COVID." And it got me thinking, this man works in a hospital as a security man. I'm sure, and then that particular hospital has a big number of the patient, as we're told. Yeah. So how come he said, "Don't mind them, they're just making up the stories"? In fact, even if it is, it's not even as much as they are claiming to be. And in my mind, I got worried. If this man who works here, seems to think this way, how then do we begin to reorientate the minds of the people on the road? Dr. Kawi, maybe you could speak on this. What can we do to really, reject the mindset of the people? Like you said, it has to work with the host, and the host is human beings. And if you don't believe, you're definitely already, definitely.
And you will pass it on.
Thank you.
Thank you, my sister. I think you are not fair to me. This is not something people refuse to believe. It's not a doctor's problem. Anyway, anyway, this is one of the biggest problems for this COVID-19, and we up to now are not able to fathom out what the problem is. People up to now don't tend to believe that this thing is real. A lot of people that you never imagine, people educated, believe. In fact, some people are even health workers, they don't believe. And I don't know why, I'm not able to get the answer. But that is one of the saddest things. Because for you to protect yourself, you must believe that this thing is there. If you don't believe it is there, then you don't care, you do whatever you want to do. And so if a lot of people are in society and they don't believe this is there, this is real, then we have an issue. And we have, in fact, you know, those of you in the media, we have done a lot of publicity, a lot of communication, a lot of sensitization. Until now, people are seeing these things, even if they don't look at the international media houses, at least they look at our local things.
And it's being said in different languages.
Different languages. And they are seeing people dying. Are you getting me? Those figures, those numbers, they are real people. If you say 500 infected, 50 die, 30 die, they are not numbers, it's not 5 that die, it's not the figure 5.
But these same people feel that it's just politics, that people are just using it for... One white man said, the blacks, we should stop saying the things we are saying, because if you think they are going to use the vaccine to kill you, almost everything in your countries are produced by the West. Why would they wait until the vaccine comes? Why don't they use
chocolate
and all the things you are using, even the clothes we are wearing, everything? Why don't they use, So sometimes when you see people think, you begin to wonder what is wrong with them. If they want to kill you, they want to kill us, they want to do things, they don't have to wait until the vaccine comes, because they produce almost everything. We import almost everything, including, if not because this government decided that we shouldn't be importing rice, even rice, our food, everything comes from there. So if they want to kill people,
even transparent that you can easily use, and things will be transparent.
So, but sometimes it's funny. We will just, as health workers, as the government, we continue to sensitize people. We continue to talk to people. We continue to do our risk communication, because it's very important. You can't force people to do things. You have to first of all get them to understand what is happening, and then they take personal responsibility. We have enforcement teams for putting face masks, but you can't go to the street, start arresting people and putting them in jail because they refuse to put face masks. So people first of all must understand what is happening. People must believe that this disease is real. Then they take personal responsibility. Then government support. Government is supposed to provide the drugs, provide the health workers to provide the PPEs, provide the treatment centers, provide the testing centers. Then the citizens will do their own civic responsibility. You protect yourself. You don't do what is not good. How are you getting me? You don't go. If government say don't go to this place, you don't go. So,
can there be rules pertaining, like a fine if you don't wear your face mask?
Yeah,
other countries have introduced that.
Even in FCT, we have a task force. We have mobile courts. They arrest.
But most times, the people arresting do not even wear the face mask.
That's the
issue.
All right, so we have people writing into us. Like we say, it's a contributory. Everybody is, advised and asked to be parts of a conversation. And this particular one, he didn't write your name, but I'll take the question. He said, now that second wave of COVID-19, it's getting higher. What is Nigerian government waiting for without getting the vaccine to the country to save people's lives? You mentioned the vaccine already, and you're asking about it. When are we going to start getting it, and how is it going to happen? A lot of people are already asking.
It's all over the news that the Minister of Health said we're going to have 100,000 first batch coming I think first week of February also. I don't want to give a date. And National Primary Healthcare Agency Executive Director yesterday was on news explaining how it's going to be done. He went to inspect the Abuja National cold store along the airport to ensure that the place is adequate for storage of the vaccine before they start distributing it. So he was on air yesterday. He was on NTA and all other news media. So we are ready. The country is ready. They are out. The vaccine is going to come. But I want to tell the gentleman or the gentle lady, when the vaccine comes, it is going to be in such a way that the most vulnerable will get first.
Yes, the elderly.
The very elderly, the health workers.
we the health workers.
So we the health workers, the vulnerable, those that are exposed first, while that's where we're going to continue to go. So it's coming and it will come, but before it comes, I think it's very important we inform people that this vaccine is real.
Exactly.
Countries are taking it,
exactly.
And the myth and misconception is wrong. It's not true. There are vaccines that were produced, and then there is development. The usual ways of producing vaccine is to grow the virus or the germ, and then attenuate it, kill it, then inject it into the virus so that it wouldn't harm you, but your body will recognize it and produce antibody against it. So that when you get infected with this virus, the antibody will fight it. So now they are using the RNA. RNA is going to produce some proteins, and we have gotten, if you see the virus on television, all these ones, so we know the way it is. So it produce some proteins that will look like that one. So the body is now producing antibody against that structure. So anything that is coming like that, the body's antibodies that are developed when you get the vaccines will now fight it. So you don't have to say because before it used to be a DNA type of thing, now it's RNA, they want to change your DNA. No, it's not true. It's like before now we were using cars that run with petrol. Somebody decided that it's a waste of time. They're using electricity. You go and charge your car. And so does it make it a lesser car?
It's an upgrade.
It's an upgrade, right?
Yes.
Okay, so the protein one is an upgrade for us.
It's an upgrade, of
But
course.
aren't you worried with all the stories? I mean, you're a health worker. Yes. We've heard about people, I don't know if it's true or not, it's paraded all over the social media who took vaccine and their face, got...
I even read something that said 1 people died, was it in Canada also after taking the vaccine. I think that the most challenging thing that the government will face is people might not take the vaccine. There has been an ideology that they are trying to reduce the number of Africans.
That's what I said. So
even the learned might not be willing. I have some colleagues that say I will not take the vaccine.
That's what I'm saying. Before the vaccine comes, the most important thing is to educate people, show people and tell people the correct thing. Not tell them the story. Tell them the correct thing. As I gave the example with the car, the fact that you're using a car with petrol, and now you are going to charge a car and travel for 100 kilometers, 200 kilometers, there is a charging point again, you go and charge it, and that's not, it is just...
So, but will the vaccines be free for everyone?
Of course, all vaccines are free.
Are free. Now, my question now is, a lot of times we have been asked, or we've been told that it will be made, compulsory. But I know that if I took a vaccine, I'm protecting myself. If you decide also to take, you're also protecting yourself. Must it be a compulsory thing for people?
I'm not sure about compulsory or no compulsory. Vaccine is going to come and people should take this vaccine to protect themselves. Now, let me tell you the implication. Even if this country did not decide to make it compulsory, if you have traveled out, some country can decide to say if you don't have show evidence of vaccination for COVID, you won't enter their country.
No, we get
like we have a yellow.
We're getting there.
That's what is going to happen. There are some yellow fever vaccine. If you're not vaccinated for yellow fever, you can't enter Malaysia, for instance.
But that's for those elites that can travel. What of those that
That's what I'm telling you. So I'm not sure a government will say you must, because if the government decides to say you must do it, it's like they are forcing you and then there is a problem.
Yes.
So instead of forcing people, we just educate people. Let people understand what it is, what advantage it has, how legitimate, than say forcing. I'm not sure they're going to do
So how long will
like
the
forcing.
vaccination last?
I don't get you.
If you take the vaccine, you're free from COVID.
Is it for life?
For life?
I'm not sure.
Okay, now another question is, I seem to ask a little question. Like I said, I'm not a medical person. If the vaccination or the vaccine is what you told me it is, putting the antibody. Now, if I've had it before, do I still need vaccine? If I'd suffered from COVID-19, I don't, and then I've tested positive, got treated, test again, it becomes negative. Do I still need to take the vaccine?
There is evidence of reinfection.
A reinfection?
COVID-19, yes.
Oh.
We lost one of our senior colleagues here. He had COVID. He had comorbidities. He got discharged. He was negative. Then he got reinfected, and he died after that. And I also have a senior person that I'm working with that got reinfected. And there are evidences outside this country where people have been reinfected. So as I told you, the virus is a novel virus. Still, they are studying some of its characters. How we get to me? There are some viruses that, if you get them, you develop life
protection.
There are some that you develop protection for some period. How we get to me? So it depends on those viruses. There are a lot of issues, and research is ongoing about a lot of things. I'm sure in the next 1 year or so we're going to have more information about the vaccines, about the virus and some other things. But there are some things that are very, very clear. That the virus has been isolated. The virus causes death. It causes this and this and these symptoms, as we are always saying. Are we getting me?
Yes.
And it affects people that have lower immunity than people that have stronger immunity. Even if you get it, if you have strong immunity, the immune system fights the virus more than those that don't have immunity. Yeah. So these are some of the things that are known about the vaccine, about the virus. And for now, we continue to work with what we know, while research is ongoing. So more information will continue to come, and that is what is happening all over the world, not only in medicine. There are a lot of things that you won't know until later. You discover, okay, this is this, as you continue to research on things.
I sometimes I want to call myself the COVID evangelist, so to speak, So I try to talk to people, and recently I happen to have had some young people, working around me, and I had to ask a lot of questions, and maybe my own little knowledge impact on them. It was amazingly surprising for me to hear one of them when I said you need to stop drinking cold things, do more of hot things, do steaming like you said and all that. One of them said, yes, that's what I do exactly. For instance, for my shop, I would say every 2-3 hours I take ogogoro. It's hot enough. It's funny, right?
Maybe that was what he meant by hot.
Kind of hot.
I said, what did you say? He said, that they are told that it kills it. I said, no, the alcohol they said to kill it is the one you find in the hand sanitizer, yes. Not the one you ingest. The more you...
Alcohol is alcohol.
And it's hot.
It's hot. The guy was very serious. He said when he takes it, he burns his throat like this, so he knows it works, and that he has never suffered anything. So I try to... talk him out of it and all that. More sensitization. But talking about that, it tells me that a lot of us really don't know what is wrong and what is right. We still need to push as much as we can. A lot of them too are watching as we talk. Maybe you could enlighten us more on the things we can do to build our immune system. And chief number one is sleep. For me, Doc, I don't know about.
Yes. I think building immunity, in addition to the artificial immune boosters some people get, which are very costly, is to eat very good food. Good food food with a lot of proteins.
Balanced diet.
Yes, I think she should be able to
balanced diet.
Okay. Yes, balanced diet that has enough proteins, enough minerals, vegetables and
foods rich in vitamins.
And so
this one you're counting. You're talking grammar. And me, I'm talking to that my friend inside Wuse Markets. So you're talking vitamins and mineral. What does he want to know about that?
Doctor said,
hey, give me practical
fish,
food.
Protein, fish,
okay.
beans, beef, meat, those are the proteins. You do a lot of vitamin C. We get those from our foods.
Oranges.
Yes, you do oranges, you do pineapples, you do even grapes, pomegranate, a lot of them that you can get your hands on. Just make sure that you eat a balanced diet, not that you eat tuwo and maybe say eba and egusi in the morning, afternoon and night. So you have to boost your immune system by taking those things at the right time and the right quantity, at least even if it's just once a day.
Okay.
Yes, you do a lot of, like some people say you can do hot water and lemon. I don't know if, doctor, I'm correct, if it works. Hot water and lemon, you can take that and then, it's a kind of detoxification and then it gives you a lot of vitamin C.
Okay.
And then the steam inhalation too. I don't know if it practically works, but I think it does.
I think I want to believe that it does work because for me, when I have normal cold, the common cold we have, if I do a lot of that steam inhalation and maybe chicken broth or something, it takes care of it. Amazingly it does. So, and if it's the same kind of thing, except this one is a senior brother, it should be able to, help out too. On a party note, doctor, I need you to please speak to Nigerians before we go. We need to change our attitude. Just final words.
Yeah, thank you. Everybody must take personal responsibility. If you get infected as a young man, you may survive it. You take it home to your elderly daddy or mommy or uncle who has some comorbidities, maybe hypertension, diabetes, and that person gets it, that person may not survive it. So everybody, every Nigerian must take personal responsibility. Before the vaccine comes, the vaccine we have for now is the non-pharmaceutical preventive measures that we have been talking about. That is the washing of hands with soap and water regularly, or using hand sanitizer, the wearing of face masks properly, the maintaining physical distance like the one we are maintaining now. We don't have masks, but we are apart, so we are comfortable. And then avoiding crowded places, especially the super spreaders events like the weddings, the parties, and all those places where you gather so many people from different years in a confined area. So this is what we need to do. And you don't have to wait until government decides to arrest you, you pay fine. Government decides, government does its work, you also do your work. You protect yourself. While government does, if for instance, even after protecting yourself, you get infected, government now takes care of you.
All right, thank you very much, Doctor. It's always a pleasure to have you. And Rakiba, it's good to have you back. And this time, you're not going to run away again.
No, I won't.
And I'm glad to know that you're doing your best. Of course, you're a medical practitioner, work with the medical field, so you should know what to do. And for me, it's always a learning curve, sitting down here and listening to people who are well knowledgeable. Have you been able to learn something for yourself? Have you been able to, learn to love yourself better? That's always my word. That word love can be used from different angles. One of them is loving your health and protecting yourself. That way you keep Elizabeth free. Keep the conversation rolling and ensure that every single day you talk to somebody about COVID-19 and of course all other health issues. That's it, and that's where we draw the curtains for the day. Bye for now.
There's a lot of fake news and report circulating, especially on social media, on the coronavirus. Do not believe or partake in the spread of these fake reports. If it is not on the official website or news from the Nigerian Center for Disease Control, NCDC, disregard such report. Only together can we beat this virus. Only together can we overcome this pandemic. Follow the instructions and guidelines provided to combat this virus. Most importantly, stay at home. Self-isolate, regardless of your status. The virus doesn't move unless we move. Let us work together to better Nigeria. Together, we can do this. This message is brought to you by the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, Africa's largest television network.
Elizabeth Abad. I am here to talk about facts. There is so much misinformation and distortion out there, especially on the social media. All it takes is just a click and the fake news goes viral. However, here in NTA, we deal with facts.
My job is to go out there and comb for factual news and information, just the way it is, all in the interest of the nation. I'm Naja Atutijani.
Here on the NCA, we present only the facts, verified. Beware of fake news, don't be a victim. Stay tuned to the NCA.
Especially at this time of the coronavirus pandemic.
My name is Nnamdi Ojipo.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day.
Hello, welcome to Vanessa 10, coming to you live on NTA News 24. Abuja, I am Musbal Nanwahab with the news, the headlines. Security and smuggling along common borders tops agenda as President Buhari meets with President Patrice Talon of Republic of Benin. 100 million Nigerians to benefit from social register as federal government flags off COVID-19 cash transfer. Nigeria is ready to receive COVID-19 vaccines as government officials inspect storage facility. An eye on the United States of America as Joe Biden assumes office as the 46th U.S. president today. Thanks a lot for staying tuned into the news. Nigeria and the Republic of Benin have resolved to take definitive measures towards putting an end to smuggling and other illicit activities across their common borders for enhanced bilateral relations. This formed the highlight of a high-level engagement between President Muhammadu Buhari and his Benin counterpart, President Patrice Talon. State House correspondent Adamu Sambo reports that the meeting was the first since the reopening of Nigeria's land borders by the federal government.
The last time President Patrice Talon met President Muhammadu Buhari was in December 2019 to solicit for Nigeria's understanding towards the reopening of Seme-Boda, in particular, whose closure impacted negatively on his country's economy. Although it took almost 1 year for this prayer to be answered, but as the saying goes, it is better late than never. He is therefore here to not only show appreciation, but also give personal assurances on the bold measures to be taken by his country towards ensuring that cross-border activities that have enormous consequences on Nigeria do not reoccur. And that dominated discussions between the two leaders behind closed doors, as explained by Foreign Affairs Minister Geoffrey Onyema.
The president of Benin is going to do everything within his powers to ensure that this thing doesn't rear its ugly head ever again, that there will never be any issue of whatever, whether it's smuggling, whether it's trafficking, whatever it is, between Benin and Nigeria. They're going to set up a committee to come up with terms of reference, to take some very bold and very decisive steps and sustainable steps to ensure that all the issues that have been affecting the relationship between the two countries should be definitively put behind us.
You must recall that Nigeria just opened its borders, and now there's a new opportunity for Nigerian traders to benefit from the open borders. Now it's an opportunity for Nigerian traders to be able to take their goods across into the West African sub-region. So this portends good business and increased trade relations between Nigeria and other West African countries. And also you must remember that Nigeria signed on to the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, which came into force on the 1st of January this year. So it is key that the borders are open so that this agreement that we have signed can be effective.
During the interactive engagement, President Muhammadu Buhari reiterated the importance of good neighborliness, saying the survival of your neighbor is also your own, hence the resolve by Nigeria to continue working with her neighbors towards deepening relations in critical economic sectors. He said a common understanding must continue to be forged on crucial issues, including security, trade, and development for the good of the two countries and their peoples.
Mr. President wants the two countries to be a shining example of what economic integration is all about within the framework of ECOWAS, to live to the ideals and the vision of ECOWAS, and for the two countries, Benin and Nigeria, to show that it can work and be a win-win for the two countries. Smuggling of drugs and intelligence as to the sources of that and who the beneficiaries are should be addressed comprehensively and definitively.
Any assurances from the Benin leader?
Oh yes, the president of Benin came with some very concrete proposals about resolving these issues definitively, so that we'll never ever have to deal with them ever again.
President Patrice Talon, who appreciated the robust leadership being displayed by President Muhammadu Buhari, made a strong case for the relationship between the two neighboring countries to remain cordial. From the State House, Adamu Sambu, NTA News.
Away from the State House, election of members of the ECOWAS Parliament by direct universal suffrage was part of a new mandate conferred on the Parliament by the adoption of a supplementary act enhancing its powers. Recommendations of Parliament's Harder Committee on the matter has been adopted by members at plenary. Onengie Fine-Face report on this and other issues at the ordinary session of the ECOWAS Parliament online.
Highlights of recommendations on the election of members of Parliament by direct universal suffrage include its implementation before the end of the 5th legislature. Thematic meetings on specific areas such as financing, electoral code, code of good conduct, and qualifications for election into the ECOWAS Parliament are to be organized as soon as possible. The recommendations add that key ECOWAS institution stakeholders like Authority of Heads of State, Council of Ministers, ECOWAS Commission, and ECOWAS Court of Justice should be consulted on this mission, while a prominent citizen is appointed as champion to lead advocacy on the process.
Draft directive adopting the regional cybersecurity and cybercrime strategy. 6. Draft directive adopting the ECOWAS regional policy on critical infrastructure protection. Article 2 mandates the Speaker to forward this resolution to the President of the Commission.
Our regional strategy on cybersecurity and the 2021 program of activities for the Parliament were also considered and adopted at plenary.
I have no doubt that we have the capacity to continue our work. We must remain steadfast and always put the interests of the people above self-interest.
The ordinary session ended with amendments in the membership and leadership of some standing committees. Onengiye Fine Face, NTA News.
The United States of America is set to make history today as Joe Biden will be sworn in as the 46th president of U.S. in a matter of hours. Meanwhile, U.S. President Donald Trump has finally made a farewell address before leaving office, even though Mr. Trump has still not fully accepted the results of last November's election, which he lost to Democrat Joe Biden. Let's have the reports.
My fellow Americans, 4 years ago, we launched a great national effort to rebuild our country, to renew its spirit, and to restore the allegiance of this government to its citizens. In short, we embarked on a mission to make America great again for all Americans. As I conclude my term as the 45th President of the United States, I stand before you truly proud of what we have achieved together.
Outgoing United States President Donald Trump has made his farewell address before leaving office, saying, "We did what we came to do and so much more." In a video posted on YouTube, he said he took on the tough battles, the hardest fights, because that's what you elected me to do. Donald Trump has still not fully accepted the result of last November's election, which he lost to Democrat Joe Biden. On the eve of his inauguration, Joe Biden led a national tribute to the 400,000 Americans who have died of COVID-19. At sundown on Tuesday, 400 lights were illuminated in front of the Lincoln Memorial in Washington, D.C. to honor those who have lost their lives to the disease. The inauguration of Joe Biden as the 46th President of the United States will mark the commencement of the 4-year term of Joe Biden as President and Kamala Harris as Vice President. The inaugural ceremony will take place on the west front of the United States Capitol in Washington, D.C., and will be the 59th presidential inauguration. Biden will take the presidential oath of office, while Harris will take the vice presidential oath of office. The inauguration will take place amidst extraordinary political, public health, economic and national security crisis, including outgoing President Donald Trump's attempt to overturn the 2020 United States presidential election, which incited a storming of the Capitol, Trump's unprecedented second impeachment, and a threat of widespread civil unrest, which stimulated a nationwide law enforcement response. Abdul Salam Jibril, NTA News.
All right, now let's look at recent developments in the U.S. and implications for the rest of the world. And to join me in the conversation on this is Honorable Mkpa Ujuka, an international affairs analyst, and we are pleased to have you, Honorable.
Good morning to you. Very nice to have me here.
Thank you very much. Now, in a matter of hours, President Donald Trump will cease to be the President of the United States, and then we have Joe Biden coming on. And Trump, in his farewell message, said he's proud of what he's been able to do in the last 4 years. What would be your assessment of his term in office?
I mean, for a start, I think the inauguration of the President Joe Biden and of course his assumption of office is good news for American politics and of course the world in general, because we are actually seeing the exit of ex-president Donald J. Trump, who personally ridiculed American democracy, an institution that has been built for more than 200 years. And like I've always said, America is the only democracy that has practiced it continuously for more than 200 years. And Trump came in, he ridiculed the democracy, he disrespected the rule of law, he took for granted American Constitution, which was a total disgrace. It's a good thing that is happening to the United States and the world at large.
All right, now the U.S. will be having its first female vice president, and Kamala Harris. Now, what is the implication for gender politics in the U.S. against the backdrop of Hillary's effort to ascend that coveted seat for some time? Hillary Clinton tried it. She didn't get it. Now we're having a first female vice president, Varisa Black.
Yeah, I think that is historical for the United States as well. This is the first time they are having a female vice president. This is the first time they are having a female vice president that is a Black American. What a wonderful time in U.S. democracy. It has never happened. So Biden and Kamala Harris and the entire Americans are actually making history today. It is wonderful for gender politics. And for women in Saudi, there is an opportunity for them to understand and realize that they can actually attain those heights if only they will make themselves available for world politics.
All right, now let's quickly take a look again at the outgoing president, Donald Trump, who has refused to acknowledge the results of the November 2020 elections. What does this mean for the U.S. electoral process and, of course, democracy generally?
Can you say that again?
Okay, we're looking at the refusal of the outgoing president, Donald Trump, to accept the results of the November 2020 election. What was the meaning of this, or the implication on the electoral process of the United States and, in fact, the democracy process, democratic process?
That is an outright and arrogant challenge on democracy and American politics. Americans voted. And they spoke for themselves because they don't want Trump anymore. Trump has actually brought shame to United States politics, to democracy. Then the fact that he failed to accept the election result is an evidence to the fact that he's not actually a politician. He's clueless, and that's the right word to use. And then at the end of the day, when the result of Pennsylvania was brought before the Congress, what he did was to incite protesters and hooligans to invade Capitol Hill. That has never happened in the history of America. That is an aggression against the state. Well, the world is watching. I am personally watching. I'm going to be writing a lot of piece about this because I was privileged to read American history. And watch and see how they would deal with Trump after the inauguration. The law will take its course, I believe, but Trump needs to learn a lesson. He's just abusing his power. He should be proud of being an American president, but instead of doing so, he's destroying. He wanted to destroy the total institution. And then for Americans, it's a slap because America pride on their democracy, they pride on the rule of law, they pride on their constitution, and Trump took all those things for granted. But it's a new day, it's a new dawn, and now America will try as much as possible to restore their pride in world democracy.
All right, thank you very much. But before I will allow you to go, can you please sit up and sit back so that we can see more of your shots in that video? Now, in the last days of Trump has brought up a kind of setback to very bilateral relations between United States and the rest of the world. Now, what do you think the incoming president, Joe Biden, should do to mend these relations?
Yeah, I'm very positive about President Biden. I mean, you need to appreciate that he's been around American politics for so long. He knows all the nooks and crannies in the White House. He's been in the system as a senator over the years. I think he's tested and tried. And remember, the support he gave to President Obama was massive, and he appreciates the black and ethnic minority in the United States. So he's going to bring a new thing to the United States. I think although it's a massive responsibility, but I think he's up to it. He's going to start by trying to mend fences with those so many enemies that Trump has created around the world, and then he's going to have to tidy up his own. Because Trump was all about divisive and hatred. That's the legacy he left. And I'm quite pleased that he has been disgraced. I mean, that's what he deserved. But I'm trusting Biden and Kamala Harris. And he knows that the world are looking up to him, how he's going to handle the situation. I'm believing God. God is going to give him the grace and the wisdom to do his job well. And of course, restore Americans' pride. And indeed, people can once again believe in their democracy.
All right, international affairs analyst, Honorable Nkpa Ojuka, we really appreciate your time.
Thanks for having me.
This is the news at 10 on NTA News 24. We're taking a break. When we return, Anambra State governorship election scheduled to hold on November 6, 2021.
The best and most efficient way to avoid getting infected is through regular hygienic and sanitary practices, as well as social distancing. As individuals, we remain the greatest weapon to fight this pandemic. By washing our hands regularly with clean water and soap, disinfecting frequently used surfaces and areas, coughing into a tissue or elbow, and strictly adhering to infection prevention control measures in health facilities, we can contain this virus.
Thanks a lot for staying tuned into the news at 10 on NTA News 24. Now, as a testament to the commitment of the federal government to creating opportunities for millions of Nigerians to exit poverty with dignity and hope, Vice President Yemi Osinbajo this Tuesday flags up the operation of the federal government rapid response register for the COVID-19 cash transfer for urban poor and vulnerable people. State House correspondent Jide Onifade reports.
Adopting a quick scale-up approach using cutting-edge satellite imaginary technology to identify the target beneficiaries brought about the idea of the Rapid Response Register.
As of 31st December 2020, we have identified and registered about 24.3 million poor and vulnerable individuals in the National Social Register, equivalent to about 5.7 million households. Through this project, we're currently injecting about 10 billion naira directly into the hands of about 2 million poor and vulnerable households every month. The Rapid Response Register is designed to focus mainly on the urban poor wards, selected using scientifically validated methods of satellite remote sensing technology.
Each of the beneficiaries is to receive 5,000 naira monthly for a period of 6 months to strengthen the development agenda of vulnerable communities. The scope of the program is coverage of all the 36 states and the FCT.
Our experience during the COVID-19 pandemic reinforced this position, especially given the requirement of the COVID-19 protocols, as well as our inability to immediately reach the urban poor impacted by the pandemic.
3,115 people from the FCT and Lagos State are to benefit from the grant in the pilot scheme. In Abuja, Abraman Usman Jibrila, NTA News.
All right, that was Brahman, and we'll bring you Gideon Ifeadi's report subsequently. Now, many lives and property of Nigerians are running into trillions of naira were saved during fire outbreaks that affected commercial and residential areas, including official buildings across the country, where several severe impacts of the disaster were averted despite challenges posed by the novel coronavirus pandemic. Abubakar Usman Akwanga reports that the breakthroughs achieved were revealed at the 2020 review of the Federal Fire Service activities in the country.
Year 2020 may have come and gone, but not without some challenges, especially in the area of fire outbreak, as the country lost 32.12 billion naira to fire disaster, saved 1.351 trillion naira, while 3,555 lives were saved in different rescue operations. As an additional reinforcement for proactive operations within the year under review, more commands across the 6 geopolitical zones were established, while equipment were procured to stem the tide of fire disaster.
What we are proposing here now is what will cover 2021, 2022. We are hoping that by 2022 December or latest middle of 2023, this work will have been concluded.
Now the 2021 prospect seems to be brighter as 89 firefighting trucks and other rapid intervention vehicles, personnel training on foreign high-rise building and ICT-based operation are captured in the current budget. The Federal Fire Service restated commitment to collaborate with state fire service commands for effective service delivery and risk reduction during emergency operations. In Abuja, Abubakar Usman Akwanga, NTA News.
Ogun State government has banned tankers and other articulated vehicles from plying flyovers in the state. The order was sequel to the tanker explosion that occurred Tuesday morning along Kota Road, Abeokuta, which claimed 3 lives and left many injured. Lekon Agbode has an update on that incident.
Ogun State Governor Dapo Abiodun, during his visit to the scene of the accident, described the incident as unfortunate and ordered that henceforth no tanker or articulated vehicle should ply flyovers in the state to forestall future reoccurrence. The governor also visited the state hospital in Ijaye and the Federal Medical Center in Diaba, Abeokuta, where some of the victims who suffered various degrees of burns were receiving treatment. The tanker was said to have lost its control while plying the flyover and subsequently ran over another vehicle before the explosion. In Abeokuta, Lekon Agbonde, NTA News.
And away from that, the Director General, National Emergency Management Agency NEMA, Air Vice Marshal Muhammadu Mohammed, says staff of the agency must acquaint themselves with the provisions of Public Procurement Act to entrench transparency and accountability in the procurement process of their agency. The Director General stated this at a one-day training workshop on public procurement of the agency's headquarters in Abuja. Ilyasu Ali Yakubu reports.
The Act that establishes public procurement provides for every government ministries, agencies to cue into the Act in its procurement processes. That is why the National Emergency Management Agency is engaging its staff with requisite knowledge of the Act for efficient service delivery. Director General, National Emergency Management Agency said, as emergency managers, things must be done with maximum speed for the agency to deliver on its mandate.
You have to do your due diligence. Anything short of that is going to throw the agency into disrepute.
The resource person, Alhaji Mafuta Bokoye Oloide, who is a retired director of procurement of the agency, highlighted the importance of adherence to Public Procurement Act and observance of all other relevant regulations from the Bureau for Public Procurement to achieve transparency and accountability in the procurement process.
A good procurement must be open, it must be precise, it must achieve value for money.
The training provided the forum for interaction on ways forward in procurement processes in the agency. In Abuja, Ilyasu Aliyakubu, NTA News.
On electoral matters, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has fixed 6 November 2021 as the date for the conduct of the Anambra State governorship election. A statement by INEC National Commissioner for Information, Festus Okoye, indicates that the Commission will issue the statutory notice for election on 9th June 2021. The collection of forms for the election will take place on the 10th of June 2021, and the conduct of party primaries and resolution of disputes arising from the primaries will take place on the 10th of June to 1st July 2021. The personnel particulars of the candidates will be published on the 16th of July 2021, and the parties will commence campaigns on 8th August 2021. The final list of nominated candidates will be published on 7th October 2021. The Commission enjoins all the registered political parties to pay close attention to the timelines and schedule of activities outlined in the timetable and schedule of activities as they are constitutional and statutory provisions. INEC also enjoins political parties to conduct rank-of-free primaries, guarantee level playing field for all aspirants, and conduct necessary due diligence on all forms and documents that will be submitted to the Commission. The Commission is concerned about the spate of acrimonious primaries as well as the nomination of unqualified candidates, which sometimes lead to endless court litigations. You're still watching the news at 10 on NTA News 24. Another break comes up, and when we return,
You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world.
This movement from the bottom of the highest mountain in Nigeria, viewing the naturally beautifully laid and connected mountains through the unique twists and turns offered by the plateau simply reminds you that you are heading for nature's gifts and blessings to Nigeria. It is called the Mambila Plateau. As you reach the top of the mountain, the hot weather witnessed at the foot of the mountain disappears. You will be greeted by fresh, chilly and healthy weather, accommodating all year round. The Mambila Plateau is in Soldana local government area of Taraba State, northeastern Nigeria. A serene environment and a visitor's haven. Mambila Plateau features unique physical and climatic conditions for human settlement, cattle breeding, numerous crop production, just as various economic trees grow well. This plateau also offers perfect tourism potentials. We have highlighted in the previous episode some historic sites such as the Rock of the Mbar people, the rock with the footprint of an ancient warrior, the rock with horse footprint, among other historic sites. We also have highlighted the numerous waterfalls, which include the Tamyafiala waterfalls, the famous Barup waterfalls, and the beautiful Nguruje waterfalls, among others. Mambila Plateau also has natural forests like Njelyaki, mountain forest, and Ndumyaji, which happens to be home to rare species of birds, which attracts lots of researchers from around the world. In this episode, we shall take a look inwards and showcase other treasures that abound in the Mambila Plateau. Did I hear you say more? Yes, it is more. The Mambila Plateau, with its abundant natural blessings, is open to contribute to Nigeria's government drive to boost agriculture and even the solid minerals development. To start with, the lengthy raining season on the Mambila Plateau, which spans through March to November, and the accompanying favorable weather condition makes it possible for cattle to graze almost all year round. The cattle reared on the plateau are unique in their own right. They present a highly marketable species, naturally healthy cows, sheep and goats.
If you look at the kind of cattle we have on the Mambila Plateau, there are different species, very healthy, very big in size, and very unique. They feed only on the grasses. You don't need to buy any extra feed. They feed on the natural grasses there, and the grasses are natural and they are very good for the cattle. You see, in other areas or in other places of the state, you need to buy some other food items for the cattle. But on the Mambila Plateau, you do not do that. You just allow the cattle to rear on their own, and then they feed on the grasses. That is all. The only thing you do is you take care of them in terms of medication, giving them vaccines at intervals, maybe after 6 months. They grow in size, they are very healthy, and they are very profitable in terms of market.
We have a problem with them.
The Mambila people are predominantly farmers. One of the major food items among many others that grow well on the plateau is maize. This crop is grown in very large quantity and it is planted twice by a farmer, one harvest after another. One economic tree which grows well on the Mambila Plateau is the palm tree. This tree type can be grown anywhere on the plateau. Our visit to Ndumyaji village in Mambila Plateau shows that large plantations of palm trees exist. When genuine investments are made in this sector, Nigeria would certainly be better for it. And it will bring good revenue generation for the country. The weather on the Mambila Plateau is cold and so accommodating. The whole of Mambila is highly fertile and economic trees and other fruit crops grow well everywhere. The people of Tamyambang could be said to produce more bananas and plantains on the plateau. However, poor road network on the Mambila plateau, at least to connect other villages to Gembu, the local government headquarters of Saudana local government area, which covers the entire Mambila plateau, is a huge challenge.
Mambila Plateau, as you rightly said, we are mostly farmers and grazers. But the populated people are Mambila and we are farmers. And we do have a lot of potentials that will attract tourism here. And what we have in farming, mainly in this community, is fruits, such as banana, pure, okra, and other things. But banana is highly produced here in Tamnya village area of Saudana local government of Mambila Plateau in Taraba State. And in this community, we also have eucalyptus that produce timbers and other things that will boost other economic activities on this plateau. In fact, we have a lot of things that will help Nigeria. Here in Tamnya, we produce not less than 25 Land Rovers of banana. In 10 days, we are producing more than 25 vehicles, Land Rovers, crossing to Gembu. So we are calling on the highest authority to come, particularly the federal government, to come to our aid in the aspect of routes, to boost the economic well-being of this area.
Many other perishable fruits that are grown on the Mambila Plateau, which are usually not profitably maximized due to poor road network, include pineapples and pears. The weather allows these edible, commercial, viable fruits crops grow well. Pears, for instance, are grown both in farms and around houses in the various villages on the Mambila Plateau. They are good cash crops that, when invested in, would provide huge employment opportunities for teeming villagers on the Mambila Plateau. In the remote village on the plateau, Ndumyaji, for instance, at the time of our visit to Mambila Plateau, 100 kilogram weight bag of pear cost 1,000 naira only. But on getting to Gembu, the local government headquarters, the price rises to 4,000 naira, occasioned by poor road network. Treasures in the Mambila Plateau, in addition to its natural beauty of architecture and inviting tourist attractions, are endless. On the Mambila Plateau, one of the world's high income generating crops with high economic value and indeed high foreign exchange value is the coffee. It grows well.
The problem is that the farmers are becoming so weak in cultivating all those crops because formerly in 1960 something, this coffee, when the farmer was, when government was providing assistance to the farmer through cooperative society, by then, so the farmer was cultivating in large quantity. There was a one-time factory here in Dumiaji village, in fact. So as time goes on, when government relaxed to assist the farmer, like maybe chemical, fertilizer and other things, so the farmer gradually the farmer become reluctant and they decided to abandon the farm. So that's why coffee is no longer producing here enough like before again.
This beautiful plateau, nature's gift of beauty and potentials, Mambila Plateau, can turn things around in terms of economic viability for Nigeria and indeed for Africa.
We're looking into genuine investors that will come and invest. Just like anything else in the country, it shouldn't be totally government. If you want any sustainable business at all, it must be done as a PPP. Private must be involved. Government should provide the enabling environment so that the private drives it and then pay government taxes or dues, as it were, to help. But I am thinking more of PPP in terms of the tourism, because the potentials are many in terms of hotels, in terms of building the first-class golf courses, in terms of, there are so many things that can be done in Mambila Plateau, because it's a vast area of land. As I said, tea and coffee is grown there in large quantity, and we're hoping to improve on that so that our farmers can also have a lot of work to do in terms of the tea and coffee growing. And then cattle rearing is the best place there. You don't have problem with fly at all, and that will also give you milk. So it's a chain reaction you're going to get as a whole in the Mambila Plateau.
Cocoa, one of Nigeria's foreign exchange earners in the 60s, comfortably grows on the Mambila Plateau. In fact, with genuine investment in this particular sector, who says Nigeria is not blessed with the opportunity to diversify its economy, not just in oil, but also in agriculture? One will not be wrong to say that the Mambila Plateau is a safe haven for investment and to ensure divergent economic opportunities. In the divergent economic trees that can generate income to both public and private sectors, and so many other things, indeed shows that the Mambila Plateau is blessed. Eucalyptus tree is seen grown around towns and villages on the Mambila Plateau, from Nguruje to Kakara, Gembu, and many other villages by private individuals majorly. This tree is known for its enormous uses, since the oil, the leaves, and the entire plant are beneficial to mankind. On the Mambila Plateau, this tree is well known for its usefulness in wood production for roof of houses and other purposes that woods can serve. The planting of eucalyptus tree has turned the fortunes of those who can afford it. More investment in the sector could lead to creation of more employment opportunities on the plateau. Treasure, treasure, treasure. So much of it on the Mambila Plateau. Wonderful. This nature endowment certainly is. Kola nut trees also grown very well on the Mambila Plateau. Kola nut trees are visible in almost all villages, but more visible along Kabri axis of the plateau. What is just required is huge investment by both public and private sectors. Well, one economic tree that receives some level of attention on the Mambila Plateau is the tea tree. Tea farms are found covering a very large portion, a layman would say, but this is just for the layman. First, the choice of the Mambila Plateau for siting of the highland tea plantation is really not a mistake.
It has been studied, and this place was found suitable for the growth of this tea. And the cutting was brought in from Kenya. The tea you are seeing now is from Kenya. It was brought in from Kenya. So when they brought the cotton, they now develop it and put it in nursery. So from there, they now nurse the seedlings. So after about 9 months for 12 months to now. They now transplant it into the field. So it will stay there for about 4 years before we start harvesting the leaf.
Wait. When I call tea a tree, do you really know that tea plants can grow to trees, which they are? Now, this tree on your screen are actually tea trees that have been allowed to grow so that you and I will be more informed about tea. These trees are 38 years old, just as these that you are now watching are. Investment in tea production could be termed long-term. It takes the nursery about 5 to 9 years to mature, to be harvested for commercial purposes. The tea factory at Kakara village on the Mambila plateau, though government owned, takes the farmers in the host communities important and gives them opportunities as well.
That's the local people around. We empower them, we give them technical advice on how to grow and manage the tea. So at the end we buy the leaf from them. So we equally give them seedlings for planting from our nursery. So currently they are producing 38% of our production capacity.
The tea plantation has not reached its maximum capacity of production. We caught up with part of the production process. Take a look.
What limits you? Nothing. Who defines you? No one. Where can you go? Everywhere. With unlimited super-fast internet access, free Intel to Intel calls, and crystal clear quality conversations, you can do and be whatever you want to be. Intel. Live more.
Mambila Plateau is really a huge gift of nature to Nigeria. And indeed, it needs to be given the desired attention by all relevant parties. This beautiful work of nature is filled with enormous mineral resources. Let's go to Mayosina, also on the plateau. You can see the vast mining sites. Guess what? At this area of the Mambila Plateau, a solid mineral resource, blue sapphire, is mined. Mining so far is locally done.
Safa is here. As we come in group, we no pass 35. As we started now, the thing go in large. We get more people, but all the indigenous of Nigeria, Plateau, Katsina, Kano, Adamawa, Borno, we get like 10,000 people employed in this area, and they all benefit. Now the place is cooling down. It's not as before. We are using our power. As the thing go deep, now we like this thing, grader and excavator. As the thing now go deep, we cannot reach the place, and now we need help for government to help us, even to come and see how we are. But even now the Safa is here in Masina, but we cannot reach how the where is. We don't get the on top one, but the deep one is still there.
As I'm here now, I'm just looking for what to help myself and my family. So Masina is a very good place, and you know the nature of the place. You can see from here the value of this place. You can see we can dig 2 feet downward to get the quality gravel, or either if we can expect blue inside. If you get your luck, you get everything what belongs to you.
Some of the day person can get 3,000, 4,000. It depends the way that you are working.
The Mambila Plateau has in it a lot of treasures.
It is on the Mambila Plateau that I would like to encourage all Nigerian universities where geography is being studied or geology, that they should take their students up there for the practical aspect of it. The geotectonic aspect, the physical geology aspect, whichever aspect it is, you find it natural there. And also the variety of minerals available is a lot.
As you decide to visit the Mambila Plateau and have the freshness of the weather, you will see that it provides you with much to feed your eyes as you see the beauty of the entire environment. You can also have a look at the tourist potentials, but do remember to invest on the plateau to ensure a better Nigeria.
This is NTA International.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the...
Hello again, thanks for joining us for an update of the news on NTA News 24. Vice President Professor Yemi Osinbajo has flagged up the federal government rapid response register for the COVID-19 cash transfer for urban poor and vulnerable people, which is part of programs to bail out 100 million Nigerians out of poverty in 10 years. The initiative is to create more opportunities that will give hope and dignity in life.
Through this project, we're currently injecting about 10 billion naira directly into the hands of about 2 million poor and vulnerable households every month. The Rapid Response Register is designed to focus mainly on the urban poor wards, selected using scientifically validated methods of satellite remote sensing technology.
And the federal government, through the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency, says it is ready and has the capacity to handle the COVID-19 vaccine as Nigeria looks forward to receiving the first batch of 200,000 COVID-19 vaccines from a foreign pharmaceutical company. This was shown when journalists were taken on a tour of a national storage cold store in Abuja.
The clock starts ticking when we have those quantities of vaccines that we can actually begin to make a huge dent in terms of coverage of Nigerians.
United States of America is said to have a new president as Joe Biden will be sworn in as the 46th president of the country in a matter of hours. On the eve of his inauguration, Mr. Biden led a national tribute to the 400,000 Americans who have died of COVID-19. At sundown on Tuesday, 400 lights were illuminated in front of the Lincoln Memorial in Washington, D.C. to honor those who have lost their lives to the disease. Meanwhile, the outgoing President Donald Trump has made his farewell address before leaving office, saying he did what he was elected to do and so much more. In a video posted on YouTube, it said he took on the tough battles, the hardest fight, because that's what the electorate of United States of America elected him to do. Mr. Trump has still not fully accepted the results of last November's election, which he lost to Democrat Joe Biden. Late on Tuesday, Mr. Trump issued pardons for rappers Lil Wayne and Kodak Black, as well as a former Detroit mayor Kwame Kilpatrick. That's an update of the news. We'll bring you another one at 1. Have a good day.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Hi there. Welcome to another interesting edition of Lifelines with Bima. How have you been? It's been a while and I have missed you. Today, I want us to treat the subject of parenting. As you know, I'm very passionate about the family unit, and everything begins with the kind of relationships that you build into marriage, and of course, what kind of parent you are. Because as parents, we build the future. We prepare the little ones for what life is going to offer them. We have 4 types of parents. The first kind of parents are the uninvolved parents. These parents don't care. They're just sending money. They're just leaving the children with the maids. Everything they do is to make money and just make up for the lost time. Are you that kind of parent? The next one is the permissive parents. These are the ones that don't believe in consequences and punishments. They just permit everything. They are permissive. They are anything. They are, oh, leave him, let him do. Oh, leave her, let her do it. You know, are you that kind of parent? We also have authoritarian parents. Those are the kind of parents that most of us grew up with. When daddy's horn sounds at the gate, everybody takes off. You put off the TV, you quickly rub it with a wet towel so daddy does not know you've been watching. You are afraid at even the voice of mommy when she's coming. And those kind of parents, they believe children should not be heard. They don't care about the children's feelings. They give orders, matching orders, and expect it to work. Are you that kind of parent? And finally, we have the authoritative kind of parents. These guys are the ones that balance it out well. They are disciplined, but at the same time, they listen to the children. They know the stages of life and become friends with their children as they grow. I ask you today, what kind of parent are you? Before long, I'm going to be introducing you to a special couple who, let's see what kind of parents they are. Would they be authoritative or authoritarian? After the break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. With me now, I have Mr. and Mrs. Wilson. Let's meet them. Welcome,
Thank you.
sir.
Thank you very much.
Welcome, madam. Thank you for honoring our invitation. Thank you for coming. How are you doing?
Very well.
How's everything with you, sir?
Perfect.
Okay. Welcome.
Thank you.
Okay. A few days ago, your wife came to complain about the situation with your marriage right now. I'm aware that you've been having difficulty lately, and that's why I decided to invite you to see what the problem is and what we can do to help resolve it. So, madam, what is the problem?
Mima, this man here is my lovely husband, who I've spent part of my life with. And he just changed after the death of our only daughter.
I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry.
Since then, I noticed changes of character in him. That is why I brought a complaint here. Because we hardly eat together and our sexual life is so boring. When I try to make advice, he either ignores me or walks out of me completely. I don't really know what to do. I'm so tired.
I'm so sorry to hear about your daughter. Sir, what do you have to say?
Mima.
Yes, sir.
This woman also told you that she masterminded the death of her only child.
Wow, how did she do that?
As a lorry driver, I'm always on the road. I hardly stay home. And this woman, after her daughter's death, I heard from neighbors how she used to allow useless miscreants to mess up with my daughter. She took in the process. And she couldn't even tell me she took her far away in another state for an abortion. And in the process, my daughter died.
How old was she?
She's just 14, my only child.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
You know when we had her, the doctors told us that it will only be by God's grace for her to conceive again and have more babies. She herself, you can ask her. She even walked up to me and told me to pick a second wife, but I refused because I loved her. I love this woman.